This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents A Dance of Cloaks, written by David Dalglish, read by Elijah Alexander. Includes a Mac and PC-compatible PDF of an interview with the author. Prologue. For the past 2 weeks, the simple building had been his safe house. But now, Thren Fellhorn distrusted its protection as he limped through the door. He clutched his right arm to his body, fighting to halt its trembling. Blood ran from his shoulder to his elbow, the arm cut by a poisoned blade. "Damn you, Leon," he said as he staggered across the wood floor, through a sparsely decorated room, and up to a wall made of plaster and oak. Even with his blurred vision, he located the slight groove with his fingers. He pressed down, detaching an iron lock on the other side of the wall. A small door swung inward. The master of the Spider Guild collapsed in a chair and removed his gray hood and cloak. He sat in a much larger room, painted silver and decorated with pictures of mountains and fields. Removing his shirt, he gritted his teeth while pulling it over his wounded arm. The toxin had been meant to paralyze him, not kill him, but the fact was little comfort. Most likely, Leon Connington had wanted him alive so he could sit in his padded chair and watch his gentle touchers bleed Thren drop by drop. The fat man's treacherous words from their meeting ignited a fire in his gut that refused to die. "We will not cower to rats that live off our shit," Leon had said while brushing his thin mustache. "Do you really think you stand a chance against the wealth of the Trifect? We could buy your soul from the gods." Such arrogance, such pride. Thren had fought down his initial impulse to bury a short sword in the fat man's throat upon hearing such mockery. For centuries, the three families of the Trifect, the Conningtons, the Keenans, and the Gemcrofts, had ruled in the shadows. Over that time, they'd certainly bought enough priests and kings to believe that the gods wouldn't be beyond the reach of their gilded fingers either. It had been a mistake to deny his original impulse, Thren knew. Leon should have bled out then and there, his guards be damned. They'd met inside Leon's extravagant mansion. Another mistake. Thren vowed to correct his carelessness in the coming months. For 3 years, he'd done his best to stop the war from erupting, but it appeared everyone in the city of Veldaren desired chaos. "If the city wants blood, it can have it," Thren thought, "but it won't be mine." "Is that you, father?" he heard his elder son ask from an adjacent room. "It is," Thren said, holding his anger in check. "But if it were not, what would you do, having given away your presence?" His son, Randith, entered from the other room. He looked much like his father, having the same sharp features, thin nose, and grim smile. His hair was brown like his mother's, and that alone endeared him to Thren. They both wore the gray trousers of their guild, and from Randith's shoulders hung a gray cloak similar to Thren's. A long rapier hung from one side of Randith's belt, a dagger from the other. His blue eyes met his father's. "I'd kill you," Randith said, a cocky grin pulling up the left side of his face. "As if I need surprise to do it." "Shut the damn door," Thren said, ignoring the bravado. "Where's our mage? Connington's men cut me with a toxin, and its effect is, troublesome." Troublesome hardly described it, but Thren wouldn't let his son know that. His flight from the mansion was a blur in his memory. The toxin had numbed his arm and made his entire side sting with pain. His neck muscles had fired off at random, and one of his knees kept locking up during his run. Like a cripple, he'd fled through the alleyways of Veldaren. But the moon was waning and the streets empty, so none had seen his pathetic stumbling. "Not here," Randith said as he leaned toward his father's exposed shoulder and examined the cut. "Then go find him," Thren said. How did events go at the Gemcroft mansion? Maynard Gemcroft's men fired arrows from their windows as we approached, Randith said. He turned his back to his father and opened a few cupboards until he found a small black bottle. He popped the cork, but when he moved to pour the liquid on his father's cut, Thren yanked the bottle out of his hand. Dripping the brown liquid across the cut, he let out a hiss through clenched teeth. It burned like fire, but already he felt the tingle of the toxin beginning to fade. When finished, he accepted some strips of cloth from his son and tied them tight around the wound. "Where is Haern?" Thren asked when the pain subsided. "If you won't fetch the mage, at least he will." "Lurking as always," Randith said. "Reading, too. I tell him mercenaries may soon storm in with orders to eradicate all thief guilds, and he looks at me like I'm a lowly fishmonger mumbling about the weather." Thren held in a grimace. "You're too impatient with him," he said. "Haern understands more than you think." "He's soft and a coward. This life will never suit him." Thren reached out with his good hand, grabbed Randith by the front of his shirt, and yanked him close so they might stare face to face. "Listen well," he said. "Haern is my son, as are you. Whatever contempt you have, you swallow it down. Even the wealthiest king is still dirt in my eyes compared to my own flesh and blood, and I expect the same respect from you." He shoved Randith away, then called out farther into the hideout. "Haern, your family needs you. Now come in here." A short child of 8 stepped into the room, clutching a worn book to his chest. His features were soft and curved, and he would no doubt grow up to be a comely man. He had his father's hair, though, a soft blonde that curled around his ears and hung low to his deep blue eyes. He fell to one knee and bowed his head without saying a word, all while still holding the book. "Do you know where Cregan is?" Thren asked, referring to the mage in their employ. Haern nodded. "Good. Where?" Haern said nothing. Thren, tired and wounded, had no time for his younger son's nonsense. While other children grew up babbling non-stop, a good day for Haern involved 9 words, and rarely would they be used in one sentence. "Tell me where he is, or you'll taste blood on your tongue," Randith said, sensing his father's exasperation. "He went away," Haern said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He's a fool." "A fool or not, he's my fool and damn good at keeping us alive," Thren said. "Go bring him here. If he argues, slash your finger across your neck. He'll understand." Haern bowed and did as he was told. "I wonder if he's practicing for a vow of silence," Randith said as he watched his brother leave without any hurry. "Did he lock the outer door?" Thren asked. "Shut and latched," Randith said after checking. "Then he's smarter than you." Randith smirked. "If you say so. But right now, I think we have bigger concerns. The Gemcrofts firing at my men, Leon setting up a trap. This means war, doesn't it?" Thren swallowed hard, then nodded. "The trifecta have turned their backs on peace. They want blood, our blood, and unless we act fast, they are going to get it." "Perhaps if we offer even more in bribes?" Randith suggested. Thren shook his head. "They've tired of the game. We rob them until they are red with rage, then pay bribes with their own wealth. You've seen how much they've invested in mercenaries over the past few months. Their minds are set. They want us exterminated." "That's ludicrous," Randith insisted. "You've united nearly every guild in this city. Between our assassins, our spies, our thugs, what makes them think they can withstand all-out war?" Thren frowned as Randith's fingers drummed the hilt of his rapier. "Give me a few of our best men," his son said. "When Leon Connington bleeds out in his giant bed, the rest will learn that accepting our bribes is far better than accepting our mercy." "You are still a young man," Thren said. "You are not ready for what Leon has prepared." "I am 17, Randith said. "A man grown, and I have more kills to my name than years." "And I've more than you've drawn breaths," Thren said, a hard edge entering his voice. But even I will not return to that mansion. They are eager for this. Can't you see that? Entire guilds will be wiped out in days. Those who survive will inherit this city, and I will not have my heir run off and die in the opening hours. Thren placed one of his short swords on the table with his uninjured hand. Holding it there, he met Randith's gaze, challenging him, looking to see just what sort of man his son truly was. "I'll leave the mansion be, as you suggest," Randith said, "but I will not cower and hide. You are right, father. These are the opening hours. Our actions here will decide the course of months of fighting. Let the merchants and nobles hide. We rule the night." He pulled his gray cloak over his head and turned to the hidden door. Thren watched him go, his hands shaking, but not from the toxin. "Be wary," Thren said, careful to keep his face a mask. "Everything you do has consequences." If Randith sensed the threat, he didn't let it show. "I'll go get Senke," said Randith. "He'll watch over you until Aaron returns with the mage." Then he was gone. Thren struck the table with his palm and swore. He thought of the countless hours he'd invested in Randith, the training, the sparring, and the many lectures, all in an attempt to cultivate a worthy heir for the Spider Guild. Wasted, Thren thought. Wasted. He heard the click of the latch, and then the door creaked open. Thren expected the mage, or perhaps his son, returning to smooth over his abrupt exit. But instead, a short man with a black cloth wrapped around his face stepped inside. "Don't run," the intruder said. Thren snapped up his short sword and blocked the first 2 blows from the man's dagger. He tried to counter, but his vision was still blurred and his speed a pathetic remnant of his finely honed reflexes. A savage chop knocked the sword from his hand. Thren fell back, using his chair to force a stumble out of his pursuer. The best he could do was limp, though, and when a heel kicked his knee, he fell. He spun, refusing to die with a dagger in his back. "Leon sends his greetings," the man said, his dagger pulled back for a final, lethal blow. He suddenly jerked forward, his eyes widening. The dagger fell from his limp hand as the would-be assassin collapsed. Behind him stood Haern, holding a bloody short sword. Thren's eyes widened as his younger son knelt. The flat edge rested on his palms, blood running down his wrists. "Your sword," Haern said, presenting the blade. "How? Why did you return?" Thren asked. "The man was hiding," the boy said, his voice still quiet. He didn't sound the least bit upset. "Waiting for us to go, so I waited for him." Thren felt the corners of his mouth twitch. He took the sword from a boy who spent his days reading underneath his bed and skulking within closets, often mocked by his older brother for being too soft. A boy who never threw a punch when forced into a fight, never dared raise his voice in anger. A boy who had killed a man at the age of 8. "I know you're bright," Thren said, "but the life we live is twisted, and we are forever surrounded by liars and betrayers. You must trust your instincts, and learn to listen to not just what is said, but what is not. Can you do this? Can you view men and women as if they are pieces to a game, and understand what must be done, my son?" Haern looked up at him. If he was bothered by the blood on him, it didn't show. "I can," Haern said. "Good," said Thren. "Wait with me. Randith will return soon." 10 minutes later, the door crept open. "Father," Randith asked as he stepped inside. Senke, Thren's right-hand man, was with him. He looked slightly older than Randith, with a trimmed blonde beard and a thick mace held in hand. They both startled at the dead body lying on the floor, a gaping wound in its back. "He waited until you left," Thren said from his chair, which he'd positioned to face the entrance. "Where?" Randith asked. He pointed to Haern. And why is he here? Thren shook his head. You don't understand, Randeth. You disobey me, not out of wisdom, but out of arrogance and pride. You treat our enemies with contempt instead of respect worthy of their danger. Worst of all, you put my life at risk. He looked to Haern, back to Randeth. Too many mistakes, he said, far too many. Then he waited, and hoped. Haern stepped toward his older brother. His blue eyes were calm, unworried. In a single, smooth motion, he yanked Randeth's dagger from his belt, flipped it around, and thrust it to the hilt in his brother's chest. Senkei stepped back, jaw hanging open, but he wisely held his tongue. Haern withdrew the dagger, spun around, and presented it as a gift to his father. Thren rose from his seat and placed a hand on Haern's shoulder. You did well, my son, he said. My heir. Thank you, Haern whispered, tears in his eyes. He bowed low as behind him the body of his brother bled out on the floor. 5 years later. Chapter 1. Haern sat alone. The walls were bare wood. The floor had no carpet. There were no windows and only a single door, locked and barred from the outside. The silence was heavy, broken only by his occasional cough. In the far corner was a pail full of his waste. Thankfully, he had gotten used to the smell after the first day. His new teacher had given him only one instruction: wait. He had been given a water skin, but no food, no timetable, and worst of all, nothing to read. The boredom was far worse than his previous instructor's constant beatings and shouts. Gus the Gruff, he had called himself. The other members of the guild whispered that Thren had lashed Gus 30 times after his son's training was finished. Haern hoped his new teacher would be outright killed. Of all his teachers over the past 5 years, he was starting to think Robert Haern was the cruelest. That was all he knew, the man's name. He was a wiry old man with a gray beard curled around his neck and tied behind his head. When he'd led Haern to the room, he had walked with a cane. Haern had never minded isolation, so at first the idea of a few hours in the dark sounded rather enjoyable. He had always stayed in corners and shadows, greatly preferring to watch people talk than take part in their conversation. But now, after spending untold hours, perhaps even days, locked in darkness, even with his love of isolation and quiet, this was... And then Haern felt certain of what was going on. Walking over to the door, he knelt before it and pushed his fingers into the crack beneath. For a little while, light had crept in underneath the frame, but then someone had stuffed a rag across it, completing the darkness. Using his slender fingers, he pushed the rag back, letting in a bit of light. He had not done so earlier for fear of angering his new master. Now he couldn't care less. They wanted him to speak. They wanted him to crave conversation with others. Whoever this Robert Haern was, his father had surely hired him for that purpose. "Let me out." The words came out as a raspy whisper, yet the volume startled him. He had meant to boom the command at the top of his lungs. Was he really so timid? "I said, let me out," he shouted, raising the volume tremendously. The door opened. The light hurt his eyes, and during the brief blindness, his teacher slipped inside and shut the door. He held a torch in one hand and a book in the other. His smile was partially hidden behind his beard. "Excellent," Robert said. "I've only had 2 students last longer, both with more muscle than sense." His voice was firm but grainy, and it seemed to thunder in the small, dark room. "I know what you're doing," Haern said. "Come now, what's that?" the old man asked. "My ears haven't been youthful for 30 years. Speak up, lad." "I said I know what you're doing." Robert laughed. "Is that so? Well, knowing and preventing are 2 different things. You may know a punch is coming, but does that mean you can stop it? Well, your father has told me of your training, so perhaps you could, yes, perhaps. As his eyes adjusted to the torchlight, Haern slowly backed into a corner. With the darkness gone, he felt naked. His eyes flicked to the pail in the corner, and he suddenly felt embarrassed. If the old man was bothered by the smell, he didn't seem to show it. "Who are you?" Haern asked after the silence had stretched longer than a minute. "My name is Robert Haern. I told you that when I first brought you in here." "That tells me nothing," Haern said. "Who are you?" Robert smiled. Just a flash of amusement on his wrinkled face, but Haern caught it and wondered what it meant. "Very well, Haern. At one point I was the tutor of King Edwin Vaylor, but he has since gotten older and tired of my, corrections." "Corrections?" Haern said, and it all confirmed what he'd guessed. Was this my correction for not talking enough? To Haern's own surprise, Robert looked shocked. "Correction? Dear Lord, boy, no, no. I was told of your quiet nature. But that is not what your father has paid me for. This dark room is a lesson that I hope you will soon understand. You have learned how to wield a sword and sneak through shadows. I, however, walk with a cane and make loud popping noises. So, tell me, what purpose might I have with you?" Haern shifted his arms tighter about himself. He had no idea whether it was day or night, but the room felt cold, and he had nothing but his thin clothing for warmth. "You're to teach me," Haern said. "That's stating the bloody obvious. What is it I will teach you?" He sat down in the middle of the room while still holding the torch aloft. He grunted, and true to his word, his back popped when he stretched. "I don't know," the boy said. "A good start," Robert said. "If you don't know an answer, just say so and save everyone the embarrassment. Uninformed guesses only stall the conversation. However, you should have known the answer. I tutored a king, remember? Mind my words. You will always know the answer to every question I ask you." "A tutor," said Haern. "I can already read and write. What else can an old man teach me?" Robert smiled in the flickering torchlight. "There are men trying to kill you, Haern. Did you know that?" At first, Haern opened his mouth to deny it, then stopped. The look in his teacher's eye suggested Haern think carefully before answering. "Yes," he finally said, "though I convinced myself otherwise. The Trifect want all the thief guilds destroyed, their members dead. I am no different." "Oh, but you are different," Robert said as he put his book down and shifted the torch to his other hand. "You're the heir to Haern, one of the most feared men in all of Veldaren. Some say you'll find no finer a thief even if you searched every corner of Desrel." Such worship of his father was hardly foreign to Haern, and something he always took for granted. For once, he dared ask something he'd never had the courage to ask. "Is he the finest?" Haern asked. "I don't know enough of such matters to have a worthwhile opinion," Robert said, "though I know he has lived a long time, and the wealth he amassed in his younger years is legendary." Silence came over them. Haern looked about the room, but it was bare and covered with shadows. He sensed his teacher waiting for him to speak, but he knew not what to say. His gaze lingered on the torchlight as Robert spat to the side. "There are many questions you should ask, though one is the most obvious and most important. Think, boy." Haern's eyes flitted from the torchlight to the old man. "Who are the Trifect?" he asked. "Who is what?" Speak up! I'm a flea's jump away from death. The trifect, Haern nearly shouted. Who are they? That is an excellent question, Robert said. The lords of the trifect have a saying. After the gods, us. When the gods' war ended, and Carrick and Ashur were banished by the goddess, the land was a devastated mess. Countries fractured, people rebelled, and pillagers marched up and down the coasts. 3 wealthy men formed an alliance to protect their assets. 500 years ago, they adopted their sigil, that of an eagle perched on a golden branch. They've been loyal to it ever since. He paused and rubbed his beard. The torch switched hands. A question for you, boy. Why do they want the thief guilds dead? The question was not difficult. The sigil was the answer. They never let go of their gold, Haern said. Yet we take it from them. Precisely, Robert said. To be sure, they'll spend their gold, sometimes frivolously and without good reason. But even in giving away their coin, they are still master of it. But to have it taken, that is unacceptable to them. The trifect tolerated the various thief guilds for many centuries while focusing on growing their power. And grow it did. Nearly the entire nation of Neldar is under their control in some way. For the longest of times, they viewed the guilds as a nuisance, nothing more. That changed. Tell me why, boy. That is your next question. This one was tougher. Haern went over the words of his master. His memory was sharp, and at last he remembered a comment that seemed appropriate. My father amassed a legendary amount of wealth, he said. He smiled, proud of deducing the answer. He must have taken too much from the trifect, and they no longer considered him a nuisance? He was now a threat, Robert agreed, and he was wealthy. Worse, though, was that his prestige was uniting the other guilds. Mostly your father tempted the stronger members and brought them into his fold. But about 8 years ago, he started making promises, threats, bribes, and even assassinations to bring about the leaders he needed. As a united presence, he thought even the trifect would be reluctant to challenge their strength. The old man opened his book, which turned out to not be a book at all. The inside was hollow, containing some hard cheese and dried meat. It took all of Haern's willpower to keep from lunging for the food. From his short time with his teacher, he knew such a rash, discourteous action would be rebuked. "Take it," Robert said. "You have honored me well with your attention." Haern didn't need to be told twice. The old man rose to his feet and walked to the door. "I will return," he said. His fingers brushed over a slot in the wall, too fast for Haern to see. He heard a soft pop, and then a tiny jut of metal sprung outward. Robert slid the torch through the metal, fastening it to the wall. "Thank you," Haern said, thrilled to know the torchlight would remain. "Think on this," Robert said. 8 years ago, your father united the guilds. 5 years ago, war broke out between them and the trifect. What caused your father's failure?" The door opened, bright light flooded in, and then the old man was gone. Thren was waiting for Robert not far from the door. They were inside a large and tastefully decorated home. Thren leaned against the wall, positioned so he could see both entrances to the living room. "You told me the first session was the most important," Thren said, his arms crossed over his chest. "How did my son perform?" "Admirably," Robert said, "and I do not say so out of fear. I've told kings their princes were brats with more snot than brains. I can hurt you worse than any king, Thren said, but his comment lacked teeth. You should see Valar's dungeon sometime, Robert said. But yes, your son was intelligent and receptive, and most importantly, he let go of his anger for being subjected to the room's darkness once I told him it wasn't a punishment. A few more torches, and I'll give him some books to read. The smoke won't kill him, will it? Thren asked as he glanced at the door. There are tiny vents in the ceiling, Robert said as he hobbled toward a chair. I have done this 100 times, Guildmaster, so do not worry. Due to the isolation, his mind will be craving knowledge. He'll learn to master his mind, which I'll hone sharper than any dagger of yours. Hopefully, when his time with me is done, he will remember this level of focus and mimic it in more chaotic environments. Thren pulled his hood over his face and bowed. You were expensive, he said. As the trifect grows poorer, so do we. Whether coin, gem, or food, a thief will always have something to steal. Thren's eyes seemed to twinkle at that. Well worth the coin, he said. The guildmaster bowed, turned, and then vanished into the dark streets of Veldaren. Robert tossed his cane aside and walked without a limp to the far side of the room. After pouring himself a drink, he sat down in his chair with a grunt of pleasure. He expected more time to pass, but it seemed people had gotten more impatient as Robert grew older. Barely halfway into his glass, he heard 2 thumps against the outside of his door. They were his only warning before the plainly dressed man with only the barest hints of gray in his hair entered the living room. His simple face was marred by a scar curling from his left eye to his ear. He did his best to hide it with the hood of his cloak, but Robert had seen it many times before. The man was Gerend Krold, who had replaced Robert as the king's most trusted teacher and adviser. Did Thren leave pleased? Gerend asked as he sat down opposite Robert. Indeed, Robert said, letting a bit of his irritation bleed into his voice. Though I think that pleasure would have faded had he seen the king's adviser sneaking into my home. I was not spotted, the man said with an indignant sniff. Of that I am certain. With Thren Fellhorn you can never be certain, Robert said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Now, what brings you here? The adviser nodded toward a door. Beyond it was the room Haern remained within. He can't hear us, can he? Gerend asked. Of course not. Now answer my question. Gerend wiped a hand over his clean-shaven face and let his tone harden. For a man living by the king's grace alone, you seem rather rude to his servants. Should I whisper in his ear how uncooperative you're being in this endeavor? Whisper all you want, Robert said. I am not afraid of that little whelp. He sees spooks in the shadows and jumps with every clap of thunder. Gerend's eyes narrowed. Dangerous words, old man. Your life won't last much longer carrying on with such recklessness. My life is nearing its end whether I am reckless or not, Robert said before finishing his drink. I whisper and plot behind Thren Fellhorn's back. I may as well act like the dead man I am. Gerend let out a laugh. You put too much stock in that man's abilities. He's getting older, and he is far from the demigod the laymen whisper about when drunk. But if my presence here scares you so, then I will hurry along. Besides, my wife is waiting for me, and she promised a young redhead for us to play with to celebrate my 30th birthday. Robert rolled his eyes. The boorish adviser was always bragging about his exploits, a third of which were probably true. They were Gerend's favorite stalling tactic when he wanted to linger, observe, and distract his companions. What he was stalling for, Robert didn't have a clue. We Haerns have no carnal interests. Robert said, rising from his chair with an exaggerated wince of pain. Gerend saw this and immediately took the cup, offering to fill it for him. "We just hop right out of our mud fields," Robert continued. "Ever hear that slurp when your boot gets stuck and you have to force it out? That's us, making another Haern." "Amusing," Gerend said as he handed Robert the glass. "So, did you come from a nobleman's cloak, or perhaps a wise man's discarded sock?" "Neither," Robert said. "Someone pissed in a gopher hole, and out I came, wet and angry. Now, tell me why you're here, or I'll go to King Valer myself and let him know how displeased I am with your cooperation in this endeavor." If Gerend was upset by the threat, he didn't show it. "Love redheads," he said. "You know what they say about them?" "Oh, of course you don't. Mud birth and all. So feisty. But you want me to hurry, so hurry I shall. I've come for the boy." "Aaron?" Gerend poured himself a glass of liquor and toasted the old man from the other side of the room. "The king has decided so, and I agree with his brilliant wisdom. With the boy in hand, we can force Thren to end this annoying little war of his." "Have you lost your senses?" asked Robert. "You want to take Aaron hostage? Thren is trying to end this war, not prolong it." He thought of Gerend's stalling, of the way his eyes had swept every corner of the room and peered through all the doorways. A stone dropped into his gut. "You have troops surrounding my home?" Robert said. "We watched Thren leave," Gerend said. He downed his drink and licked his lips. "Trust me when I say you're alone. You can play your little game all you want, Robert, but you're still a Haern, and lack any true understanding of these matters. You say Thren wants this war of his to end? You're wrong. He doesn't want to lose, and therefore he won't let it end. But the Trifect won't bow to him, not now, not ever. This will only end when one side is dead. Veldaren can live without the thief guilds. Can we live without the food, wealth, and pleasures of the Trifect?" "I live off mud," Robert said. "Can you?" He flung his cane. The flat bottom smacked through glass and struck Gerend's forehead. The man slumped to the floor, blood dripping from his hand. The old man rushed through the doorway as shouts came from the entrance to his home, followed by a loud crack as the door smashed open. Robert burst into Aaron's training room. The boy winced at the sudden invasion of light. He jumped to his feet, immediately quiet and attentive. The old man felt a bit of sadness, realizing he would never have a chance to continue training such a gifted student. "You must run," Robert said. "The soldiers will kill you. There's a window out back. Now go." No hesitation, no questions. Aaron did as he was told. The floor was cold when Robert sat down in the center. He thought about grabbing the dying torch to use as a weapon, but against armored men it would be a laughable ploy. A burly man stepped inside as others rushed past, no doubt searching for Aaron. He held manacles in one hand and a naked sword in the other. "Does the king request my tutelage?" Robert asked, chuckling darkly. Gerend stepped in beside him, hand wrapped in a cloth to soak up the blood. A bruise was already growing on his forehead. "Stupid old man," the advisor muttered, and he nodded to the soldier. Robert closed his eyes, not wanting to see the butt of the sword as it came crashing down on his forehead, knocking him out cold. Chapter 2. Information meant wealth, and Kayla loved both. She was not the quietest thief, and unlike many in her line of work, she did not take to the shadows as fish took to water. Her fingers lacked the dexterity for caressing locks into opening, but her ears were always listening, and her eyes sharp. Throughout her rough life, she had learned that dealing with information could net her coin and safety, although it could just as easily earn her death. Sometimes secrets were too dangerous to sell. Watching the soldiers surround the home, Kayla debated the value of what she saw. Clearly the king, or at least one of his minions, was interfering with the shadowy war being waged between the Trifect and the guilds. She shifted her weight from leg to leg, trying to make sure neither fell asleep. She lay atop a nearby home, having stalked the troops ever since they left the castle grounds by following along the rooftops. She could barely see the front door, but she had long learned to analyze everything about a man. What a man wore, and the way he walked, could identify him no matter how dark the night, no matter how well he hid his face. Kayla needed little of that skill, though, for when the man stepped out of the door, his hood flapped in the wind, revealing the scarred face of Gerend Krold. He held a hand against his forehead as if he had been wounded. Suddenly he realized the mishap with his cloak, glanced about as if worried, and then pulled it back over his face. "Good luck finding me," she thought. Kayla smiled. Now this was something she could sell. Every week she met with a squat little man named Andri, who ran a shop specializing in perfumes. She would whisper to him what she knew, and then he would give her a garish, oversized bottle of what looked like perfume, except filled with silver and gold coin. From there, the information traveled upward until it reached Lori Keenan, the wealthiest of the 3 lords of the Trifect. Kayla heard shouting. Shifting her weight, she watched as a boy leaped through a window, hit the ground with a roll, and then darted away. A single soldier was in sight, startled by the broken glass and sudden burst of movement mere feet away. Before she knew she had reached a decision, Kayla was already moving. Her hand slipped into her belt, where dozens of slender daggers were clipped tight, designed more for throwing than for wielding in melee. Based on the shouts and frantic searching of the soldiers, they clearly wanted the boy. Whoever he was valuable, and Kayla would not let such easy money slip through her fingers. If Andri would pay for rumors of newly hired mercenaries and extra-large shipments, how much might he pay for the blood relative of a Trifect, or perhaps one of the many guild leaders? She threw her dagger. The shadows might not be a second skin to her, and silence only a loose friend, but when it came to throwing the blade, she knew of no one better. Before the soldier could give chase, a wickedly sharp point pierced the side of his neck and ruptured his windpipe. He collapsed, unable to cry out to the others. Sheathing the second dagger she had grabbed in case she missed, she looked for the boy. "Damn, he's fast," she thought, sprinting after. If the boy hadn't been so panicked, he easily would have heard her clattering across the rooftops. He darted through alleys, cutting back and forth as if to lose a pursuer. His path remained steadily eastward, regardless of how crooked and curved. Once she realized this, Kayla began to shrink the distance by taking a more direct route. "Where are you taking me?" she wondered. A great cry rose up all around her. She stopped and crouched, feeling a bit of worry crawl up her chest. It seemed the soldiers had given chase after all, but not just the few that had surrounded the home. Hundreds rushed up and down the streets in small groups. "The boy!" they shouted. "Hand us over the boy!" They pressed into homes, swarmed over alleyways, and pushed aside any they wished. Slowly, systematically, they were sealing off the entire eastern district. "Shit," she muttered. Kayla wasn't exactly the most wanted lady of Veldaren, but she was no friend of the law either. A guard in a pissy mood could easily take away her daggers, and if any should make the connection between her and the guard she just killed. "Fuck me up, down, and sideways," she said, wondering how she'd gotten herself so messed up. She hurried from one side of her current rooftop to the other, taking in the positions of the soldiers. Frantic, she ran back to the north edge, realizing she had taken her eyes off the boy. If he'd made a sudden turn or jumped through a window, then it would be the soldiers who found him, not her. She did know this. Andri would not be the one paying her for capturing the child. Anyone worth having the entire city guard chase after deserved a far better ransom. A king's ransom, in fact. When she spotted the boy, she let out a sigh. He was a walking bag of gold, and she'd never have forgiven herself for letting him slip away. He was limping now, though she wasn't sure the reason. He was also veering off the road, and she felt a mix of feelings when she realized why. Before him was an old abandoned temple to Ashur, which had been stripped of all its valuables when the elegant white marble temple farther north was completed. The grand double doors had been boarded shut, but those boards were long broken. Kayla smiled when he slipped inside, for she knew there was no way out. At the same time, she wanted to strangle the boy. If the guards searched inside, well, there'd be no way out. She looked down the street, seeing no nearby patrols. She shimmied down the side of a home. Without pause, she ran across the street, kicked one of the doors open, and rushed inside. Where there had once been painted glass were now thick boards with even thicker nails. Where there had once been rows of benches were now splinters and ruts in the floor. The entire place stank of feces and urine. She paused just inside the door to look for the boy, and that was when he struck her. She felt a fist smash her temple, followed by a swift kick to her groin. As she staggered to one knee, she couldn't help but smile, knowing the boy had assumed a man chased after. Another punch struck her nose, but she caught his wrist before he could pull his fist back. She was not prepared for the sudden maneuver he made. His fingers wrapped around her own wrist, his body twisted, and then she was down on both knees, wincing as the bones of her arm protested in pain. Any delusions she had of his being a normal boy vanished with her shriek of pain. Her fingernails clawed his skin, but he didn't seem to care. Face to face they stared. And if she'd expected to find fear or desperation, she was badly mistaken. His blue eyes seemed to sparkle, and as the boy let go of her wrist and tried to kick her chest, she realized he was enjoying himself. She ducked under the kick, spun around him, and then jabbed his throat with her elbow. When he collapsed, he rolled his body, avoiding the next two blows from her foot. He caught her heel on her third kick and then shoved it upward. She somersaulted with the push, snapping his chin with her other foot. As he staggered back, she landed lightly on her feet, drew two daggers from her belt, and hurled them across the room. They stabbed into the floor, barely an inch to either side of his feet. "Soldiers give chase, you stupid boy," Kayla said. "Do you want to get us both killed?" He opened his mouth, then closed it. Kayla drew two more daggers, twirling them in her fingers. The boy was smart. She could see that. He had to know he was beaten, yet she'd held back her killing blow. Surely that would earn her some measure of trust. "Your name," she said. "Tell me, and I'll hide you from him." "My name?" He was not at all winded from the run or their tussle, though he spoke low, as if embarrassed by the sound of his own voice. "My name is Haern." "The Haerns are simple farmers," Kayla said. "Stop lying to me. We both know you've never bent your back in a field or soiled your clothes in pig shit." "Haern is my first name," the boy said, and he looked insulted she'd found out the lie so easily. "You haven't asked for my last name yet." She glanced toward the door, expecting soldiers to come barging in at any moment. "And what might that be?" she asked. The doors opened, a pair of guards with swords drawn standing at the entrance. "Here!" one shouted, the last word he ever spoke. A throwing dagger speared his left eye. The other guard swore, and then another dagger sailed through his open mouth and jabbed into the back of his throat. "Follow me," Kayla shouted as she grabbed Haern's shirt. He did his best to follow, but she noticed his limp had returned. "The door," he said, nodding to where the dead guards lay. "No time," she said. "They'll be there soon." On the opposite side of the temple was a boarded window. Kayla reached up and yanked on the boards. The wood was old and weather-beaten, but she was not the strongest of women. She tugged and pulled, but the wood refused to break. "Give me a dagger," Haern said. Kayla at first thought to refuse, then decided it couldn't possibly make things worse. She gave him one. "Keep the pointy end away from me," she said. 3 more guards poured through the door and shouted for them to surrender. "Damn it," Kayla muttered. "You handle them," Haern said. "I'll get us out." As if completely oblivious to the danger, the boy used his dagger to slice into the wood surrounding the nails. Kayla thought him crazy, but he worked the wood like an expert. In a handful of seconds, the first nail popped into his palm. Still, many nails and boards remained. Kayla drew 2 more daggers and faced the guards. Remaining in the corner defending Haern was counter to her methods of combat, so she ran to the side, hurling dagger after dagger to keep the guards' attention. A couple glanced off their mail, another ricocheted off the flat edge of a blade, but one sank deep into the flesh of a soldier's thigh. He swore and pulled it out while the other 2 rushed closer. Kayla dodged and rolled, her lithe body narrowly avoiding the swings of the guards' swords. Once she was on the far side of the temple, she turned and sprinted, rolling past the 2 nearer soldiers and straight for the wounded man. Down on one knee, clutching his wound, he only had time enough to look up and curse again before she stabbed a dagger in his eye. She yanked it out as she passed, wincing at the eyeball lodged halfway up the slender blade. When she reached Haern, she leaped into the air and spun, her hands a blur as daggers flew. The 2 guards crossed their arms to block their faces, but she had anticipated such a basic defense. Sharp points dug into their legs, hands, and feet. Blood poured across the faded floor. "Hurry!" she heard Haern shout. She turned to see him toss her dagger back, hilt first. 3 boards lay by his feet. He climbed up and out the window, not pausing to see if she followed. Kayla blew the wounded soldiers a kiss, then sprang after him. "How fast can you run?" she asked Haern when she landed outside. The drop from the temple was longer than it looked, and she felt her knees ache. "Not fast enough." "Limp if you have to," Kayla said, grabbing his arm. "But we're still going to run, even if it's on 1 foot." He hesitated only a brief moment before looping his arm around her neck and running alongside. Shouts echoed behind them, and Kayla felt her heart thud in her ears. She had killed 4 soldiers now, as well as wounded 2 more. There would be no jail cell waiting for her if they were caught, just a thick stone and an axe. They hobbled down the road, Kayla desperate to add distance between them and the guards. She asked questions in a rapid-fire manner as they ran, hoping against hope for a plan to emerge in her mind. "You said Haern's your first name. What's your last?" Haern refused to answer at first, but then she cuffed him on the side of his head. "I'm trying to save your life. And mine. So talk." I'm the son of a guildmaster." Kayla rolled her eyes. Well, that matched one of her earlier theories. "A thief, guildmaster, I take it," she said, and he confirmed it with a nod. "That's what I thought. I'm sure you have a hideout. So where is it?" "The Western District," Haern said, elaborating no further. "That's too far," Kayla said. Not that it mattered. She couldn't take Haern there until they lost their pursuers. Leading half the city's soldiers to a thief guild's secret hideout was another good way to end up dead, regardless of her somewhat noble intentions. "Any other safe houses?" she asked. "None I know of." "Friends that can hide us?" "Friends are dangerous." Kayla rolled her eyes. "Are you useful in any way?" Haern shocked her by blushing. "Not yet. But I will be. One day I'll kill as well as you, milady." She laughed, even as a pair of soldiers turned into the alley ahead of them. She wished she hadn't killed earlier. Then she might have been able to turn Haern over and save her own life. Daggers twirling, she accepted her only recourse. Haern let go of her to free her movements. "Keep your eyes open for a place to hide," she said. 2 more guards stepped out behind them, shouting for them to surrender. Haern grabbed a dagger from Kayla's belt and kissed the blade. "Your name?" he asked. Kayla, she replied. If we separate, I'll find you. As long as I draw breath, I'll ensure my father rewards you well. Back to back, they faced the approaching guards. At first, it seemed they would wait for more to arrive, but when Kayla flung several daggers through the air, one sinking into the flesh above a man's knee, the soldiers decided subduing the unarmored woman and the hapless boy would be easier than dodging an angry barrage of steel. Kayla felt worried knowing Haern faced two, but she remembered how well he had fought back at the temple. Maybe he could survive long enough for her to finish her own and switch over to help him. The first soldier slashed his sword at her chest. She parried it with a dagger in her left hand, stepped in closer, and then cut across his face with her right. Blood splashed her arm, and he howled as the tip hooked the underside of his eye. His companion lunged, forcing Kayla back and preventing a killing blow. The wounded man clutched his face with his free hand, glaring with his good eye. The other man struck again, a weak thrust that revealed just how green he was. She batted his sword aside, slashed his wrist, and then hurled her dagger. Kayla could kill a man from a rooftop. Standing mere feet away, the man had no chance. The dagger struck just above his gorget, and he gargled out a few unintelligible words as he collapsed. Kayla heard shouts behind her, followed by a cry of pain. Knowing her time was short, she pressed an attack on the wounded soldier. He parried a couple of her stabs, his movements awkward from clutching his face with his other hand. Kayla curled about him, always drifting to his wounded side until one of his blocks came in too early. Her daggers sank into the flesh of his throat and stomach. Gasping, he fell and died. Feeling certain the boy was dead, she spun around and brought her daggers up to defend herself. Instead, she saw Haern dancing between the two soldiers, his dagger a blur of steel. Both soldiers were bleeding, and one in particular was soaked with blood from a gash underneath his arm. She watched as the boy ducked a sideways slash, spun on his heels, and then lunged to the side of a thrust. The sword pierced the air inches from his face, but Haern seemed not to care how close he came to death. His dagger punched underneath the breastplate, slicing open the flesh and spilling intestines to the cold dirt of the alley. He never hesitated, not even after such a cruel killing. The other soldier's strike would have severed his spine, but instead it clacked against the ground. Haern slashed his wrist, danced about, stabbed his side, and then, as the guard turned, he continued dancing, continued twirling. His dagger buried itself in flesh, finding two more exposed slits in the armor. Blood ran freely, and when the boy kicked out his knees, the guard fell without the strength to stand. Kayla shook her head in amazement. Learn one day to kill as well as she? Nonsense, she thought. He already did. Haern sheathed the dagger and joined her side. "You're limp," she said, realizing he had shown no hint of the injury during battle. "I heard it worse," he said, wrapping his arm around hers. "But I've been taught how to ignore such things. Better to live torn and in pain than die in perfect health." He spoke as if the saying were memorized, and the gasps of pain he made with each step seemed to mock him. "We'll never escape," she said as they turned down a small alley between rows of houses that stank more like a sewer. "Not with us leaving a trail of bodies behind us." "We just need to keep going," he said. "It doesn't matter where." "Why not?" she asked. "Because my father's eyes are in all places. Once we're seen, he'll come for us." Kayla smirked. "I don't care who your father is, Haern. He's not the Reaper. The night is deep, the soldiers are about, and if we're to see the dawn, we'll need to hide." Haern looked upset at her dismissal of his father, but he refused to argue the point. Kayla scanned the houses she passed, hoping to recognize one. Considering how she prided herself on having information, she realized just how little she knew her surroundings. She was friends with the scum of the streets, but the Eastern District was home to the rich and influential. She might know her way around, and be able to list many names useful for blackmail, but not one person she could count as a friend. In all of Veldaren, this was most definitely farthest from home. "Wait," Haern said as they passed by a wide mansion surrounded by a thick fence. Its bars were made of dark iron, their spiked tops over 10 feet above the ground. Behind them, oak trees with interlocking branches surrounded the building, giving privacy to the mansion with their beauty. Haern pointed. "We can hide here." It took a moment for Kayla to realize where they were, but when she did, her eyes widened. "Are you daft, boy? This is Keenan's estate." "Exactly," Haern said, a bit of a smile curling his lips. "The one place no one would dare look for us." The reasoning was sound, but looking at those enchanted bars, she was baffled as to how they would cross them. "Follow me," Haern said. Instead of climbing the bars, though, he turned and shimmied up the wall of a much more modest dwelling on the opposite side of the road. He clearly favored his right leg, bracing his weight on the left as often as he could. It seemed there was no way up, but his feet and hands found crevices, windowsills, and indents in the plaster. He made it seem so easy, as if a pathway were there, waiting hidden just for him. Kayla knew she was good at climbing, but she doubted her ability to follow. Not that she had a choice, given the constant shouts of guards hunting after them. Trying not to think about it and therefore worry, she began climbing in a reckless rush. She made it halfway up before her foot slipped. The windowsill cracked and broke. Her hands flailing wildly, she grabbed the first thing she could: Haern's wounded leg. The boy hung from the roof by his hands, and though his grip seemed like iron, she could hear his grunts of pain. She swung her foot farther to the side, onto what remained of the windowsill. When she let go of his leg, she heard him exhale slowly, as if he fought to control his pain. A moment later, he was atop the roof and gone from her sight. The rest of the way up was easy, and when she got there, she found Haern lying on his back, tears running down the sides of his face. "I'm sorry," she said. "We can hide here. Surely the guards won't see." "They will," Haern said. "They can see us from the street. Even if it takes all night, they'll find us." Kayla sighed. He was right, of course. The roof was not perfectly flat, but instead sharply angled, with triangles rising up to make a space for windows. If they hunkered down, they might go unnoticed for a while, but any searching eyes would eventually spot them. Slowly, Haern shifted all his weight to his left leg and tried to stand. Kayla gently put her hands underneath his elbows and helped him. "I'll scream when I jump," he said. "Ignore it. I'll be fine." And then he was off, showing no sign of his injury. The roof, while angled, was still wide and offered plenty of room for a running start. In between the spikes of the gate were thick strips of the dark iron, and it was for them he dove like a swan. With both hands he latched on, and when his body swung downward, he kicked off the bars with his good leg. Feet in the air, he vaulted over the spikes and landed on the smooth carpet of grass on the other side. Kayla felt her lips tremble at the display. Perhaps it would be better to remain on the rooftop, hoping the guards would miss her. They weren't searching for her, after all, just the strange, incredibly trained teenage boy who fought like an assassin. She couldn't possibly mimic his act, could she? She made her decision. With her longer legs, perhaps there was another way. In a single quick motion, she unbuckled her belt, counted to 3, and then ran off the side of the house. When the fence neared, she looped the belt around one of the spikes and then did her best to hold in a shout of pain as her body rammed into the bars. She started to fall, but then the belt tightened. Using a technique similar to Haern's, she kicked off the bars and somersaulted. Her breath caught in her throat as she passed over the incredibly sharp tips. She pictured herself impaled, her corpse upside down like some grotesque ornament, and then closed her eyes to banish the image. Then she was over, and blessed ground met her feet. She rolled along, then scrambled toward the nearest tree. Compared to the house, it made easy climbing with its many shoots and branches. Haern was waiting for her among the leaves. "Keep quiet," he whispered. Tears ran down his face, but he kept the sobs out of his voice. With a slender hand, he pointed through a gap in the leaves where the street was visible to them both. Soldiers ran past, torches in hand. They scoured the area, but not once did they inspect the land behind the walls. "Laurie Keenan's property might as well be a foreign nation," Kayla whispered. "No city guard will dare trespass onto property of a lord of the trifect, not in the middle of the night for a whelp like you. A smart call, though you have the courage of a lion to leap like you did. If your knee had buckled—" "It didn't," Haern said. "Not until I landed." She pulled up his pant leg and looked. His knee had already turned a shade of blue with the very center an ugly brown. When she touched it with her fingers, she could tell it was badly swollen. "We need it wrapped and iced," she whispered. "And you need to give it rest." Haern nodded. "How long can we hide here?" he asked. Kayla shrugged. "We're pressing our luck as is, but if we stay away from the mansion, we shall be safe. I hear all his traps are within its halls." Haern leaned his head against a branch and closed his eyes. "Don't let me fall," he said. "Please?" "Sleep if you must," she said, reattaching her belt. "I'll keep us safe." Chapter 3. Maynard Gemcroft paced the halls, his bare feet cushioned by the thick carpet. He paced far from the windows. Even though he had paid handsomely for thick glass, he did not trust it. A heavy stone followed by a single arrow was all it'd take to lay him out on the carpet, bleeding red on the blue weave. A thin, wiry man, he lived amid constant protection with over 100 guards. One of the 3 lords of the trifect, he controlled the Gemcroft Empire from within his fortress mansion, hiring mercenaries, plotting guard routes, and approving a dozen trades a day. Only the king was as well protected. Yet 2 days prior, Maynard had nearly died. A guard opened a door and stepped inside. His teeth were crooked, and when he talked, the sight of them disgusted Maynard. He wore chain armor, with a dark sash wrapped around his waist, signifying his allegiance to the Gemcroft family line. "Your daughter is here to see you." "Send her in," Maynard said as he checked his robes and smoothed his hair. He always prided himself on his appearance, but lately he found less and less time to primp and preen. It seemed as if every other night he awoke to alarms and cries of trespassers. Come the morning, somewhere on the grounds, yet another guard would lie dead. It made keeping their ranks full a nightmare. The guard stepped out, and his daughter entered. "Alisa," said Maynard as he approached with open arms. "You've returned early. Were the men in the north too boring for you?" She was short for a lady, but her slender body was supple and strong. Maynard had never seen a man best his Alisa in any feats of dexterity, and he knew she could outdrink many as well. Her mother had been a wild one, he remembered. A shame she had slept with another man. Leon Connington's gentle touchers had never been given a woman so fine. Alisa brushed a hand over the red hair cropped around her shoulders and woven into tight braids. Her fingers pulled aside an errant strand and tucked it behind an ear. Her green eyes twinkled with mild amusement. "Boring does not go far enough to describe them," she said in a husky voice. The women there preen and prattle like they've never heard of a cock, and so the men oblige by never pulling it out to teach them otherwise. She snickered as Maynard felt his neck flush. He knew she was just trying to embarrass him. John Gandrum ruled the northern plains from Felwood Castle. The Lord had, through his letters, kept him painfully aware of whom Alisa had slept with. When any one of them could produce a potential heir to the Gemcroft fortune, even the most private details had to be known. "Must you use such common language?" Maynard asked. "You sent me to live with common women, fosters and sitters whose entire wealth couldn't buy the privilege to clean the, filth from my bottom." She winked at her father. "I did so for your own safety," Maynard said. He caught her nearing the windows and put himself in the way. When he opened his mouth to explain, she pressed a finger against his lips and kissed his forehead. Servants arrived to inform them that the evening meal was ready. Maynard took his daughter's hand and led her through the mansion to the extravagant dining room. Suits of armor lined the walls, holding erect lances decorated with silken flags of kings, nobles, and ancient members of the family. Over 100 chairs waited at the giant table, their dark wood upholstered in purple. Decorating the top were 12 roses, each in a ruby-encrusted vase. 20 servants stood ready, although only the 2 leaders of the family would eat first. Maynard took a seat at the head of the table as Alisa sat to his left. "Don't worry about the food," he told her. "I have everything tasted." "You're the worrier, not me." Maynard thought she might have reacted differently if she'd known 7 tasters had died over the past 5 years, including one only 2 days ago. The first course was steamed mushrooms smothered with gravy. Servants flitted in and out of sight, always bustling, always hurrying. Alisa closed her eyes and sighed as she bit into one of the mushrooms. "You have your quirks, but at least you ensure quality meals," she said. "The servants in Felwood seem to think a skinned cat was a delicacy. Every other meal I spent the evening pulling hair out of my teeth." Maynard shuddered. "They have always been fair when dealing with me, so I felt them a safe home for you, especially so far away from Veldaren. Please, don't jest about such crude things while we eat." "You're right," Alisa said. "We should talk business instead." The next course arrived, an unknown meat smothered with so much gravy and seasoning that she could barely see it. The smell made her mouth water. "Business is exhausting," Maynard said, "and in more ways than one. I would prefer we not discuss it while we relax." "You would prefer we not discuss it at all." "I went away a young girl, but I've had plenty of time to learn. Years, in fact." There was no hiding her resentment. "How many years has this embarrassing war with the thief guilds lasted?" 5 years, Maynard said, frowning. 5 long years. Don't be bitter with me for sending you away. I just wanted you safe." "Safe," Alisa said. She put down her fork, pushed away the plate. "Is that what you think? You wanted me out of your way. You always have. Easier to plot murder and money when your little girl isn't underfoot." "I have missed you dearly," Maynard insisted. "You showed it poorly," she said. The words stung him like a needle to the chest. "But enough of this. I am a Gemcroft, same as you, and this pathetic conflict shames both our names. Gutter vermin and low-born cutthroats defeating the entire wealth and power of the trifect? Pathetic." "I would hardly say we are being defeated." She laughed in his face. "We control every gold and gem mine north of the King Strip. They have bastards and whore sons robbing caravans and peasant workers. Leon Connington keeps Lord Sully and the rest of the hillock in his pocket. They have lice and fleas in theirs. And what about Laurie Keenan? Half the boats on the Thulan Ocean are his, Yet I worry his sea dogs will start thinking those boats better protected in their hands instead of his. You forget your place, Maynard said. It is true we have much more than they, but therein lies our danger. We pay a fortune for mercenaries and guards while they bring in men off the street. We have our mansions, and they have their hovels, and you tell me which is easier to hide. They are like worms. We cut off a head only to have two worms grow from the parts. They don't fear you, Elisa said. None of you. Spineless men, you will lose everything but what you hold in your hands, hands that shrink with each passing day. Do you know how many of your own mercenaries give a portion of their coin to the guilds? I know more than you could possibly dream. Maynard snapped. He leaned back in his chair. His shoulders felt heavy and his arms made of stone. So many times he had heard this same argument from reckless fools. It saddened him to realize his daughter was now one of them. Still, if Elisa had such thoughts, he doubted they were originally her own. She had been out of the city for far too long to be so aware. Who was feeding her this information? Who was twisting his daughter for their own gain? Tell me, oh wise daughter of mine, Maynard said, tell me how you know all these little details. How I know doesn't matter, Elisa said a bit too quickly. It is all that matters, Maynard said. He rose from his chair and clapped for his servants. Yoren Cull has been whispering in your ear, hasn't he? I forbade Lord Gandrum from allowing him contact with you. But where there's wolves, there's rats, isn't that right? He's not a rat. Her voice was losing a bit of its certainty. She did fine when on the offensive. Now that his eye was on her, she faltered. And what does it matter? I stayed with Lord Cull during the winter months. His castle is closer to the ocean where it's warm. Lord Cull? Maynard laughed, reminding himself to reprimand Lord Gandrum for such a lapse in judgment. He and his father collect taxes from Riverrun. My servants live in a better home. Tell me, did he seduce you with whispers of power and a glass of wine? You're avoiding my— No, Maynard said, his voice growing stern. You've been tainted with lies. We are still feared, but the guilds are feared even more. They are desperate. However long you felt those 5 years drag, I assure you, they've moved at far more brutal pace here. These thugs, these vermin, they kill with abandon. Worse, someone whispers in the ear of King Valor, always blaming us for the violence. The crown refuses to help us, as do his soldiers. The nobles who do publicly side with us gag on their food, or have their children vanish from their bedchambers. He slammed his palms against the table, holding himself up with quivering arms. We may have all our wealth, he said, his soft voice penetrating the sudden quiet. But they have Thren Fellhorn, and right now, our wealth means nothing compared to that. He clapped again. Servants crowded around them. Elisa felt uncomfortable in their presence, and then the guards arrived. Take her, Maynard said. You can't, she shouted as rough hands grabbed her arms and pulled her, flailing, from the table. Maynard forced himself to watch as they dragged her away. He said nothing. There was too much chance he'd reveal his pain. What do you want us to do with her? Asked his keeper of the guard, a simple-minded man made useful by his muscles and sheer devotion to his work. Put her in one of the cells, Maynard said as he sat at the table and picked up a fork. The gentle touches would make her talk sooner, said the guard. Maynard looked up, appalled. Never, he said. She is my daughter. Give her time to cool underneath a stone. Once she's ready to open her eyes to how things truly are, I can show her just how bloody this war has gotten. It was my fault to leave her away too long. No idea, the stupid girl. She has no idea how terrible things have been. She says she is a woman grown, and of that I have no doubt. Let us hope her cunning surpasses even my own, and she sees Yoren for the liar he is. I will not have my wealth stolen from me by the pathetic son of a tax collector. Chapter 4. Several hours passed. If Kayla had had any doubt as to the boy's importance, the tenacity of the soldier's search erased it. Carefully, she pushed the blonde hair off his face and looked at his soft features. He was cute for his age, just barely entering the transition into manhood. With his baby blue eyes, he'd no doubt break a few hearts, and with his skill, a few bones as well. But who was he? She rarely forgot a face, and she doubted she'd have ever forgotten his, but so far she had come up empty. With the sun finally beginning to creep above the city walls, Kayla nudged him awake. He snapped his eyes open and stared at her without a word. It was as if he had grown inward and shy now the danger was past. She thought to ask him of his father, then decided against it. No matter who he was, she'd been careful to foster no enemies among the thief guilds. "Should we head west?" she asked. He nodded. "I thought so. But we have a slight problem. How do we get over the gate?" He didn't know. It seemed that when the hounds were at his heel, he was a fountain of ideas, but when things quieted down, the fountain ran dry. She almost smacked him upside the head and threatened to cut his throat if he didn't produce an idea, but the thought was so absurd she laughed. "I guess we wait," Kayla said. Her stomach was rumbling, and she badly wanted someone to look at Haern's knee. When she glanced about, she had little faith in the tree's cover once the sun reached its fullest. If discovered, she would probably wish for the comfort of the noose. Inside Laurie Keenan's compound, he ruled, not the king. "What if someone else opens the gate?" Haern whispered. "Maybe we can run through?" "Maybe," she said absently. But even maybe was pushing their luck. They needed someone to open the gate without noticing them hiding first, and then they'd have to escape the guards on their frantic dash to the street, all while hoping no archers in the windows feathered them dead. But if they were to do something, they needed to do it before the rest of the estate began its daily routines. Even though Laurie and his family lived in a second home south in Angelport, Kayla knew they still kept guards and a skeleton crew of servants to keep the place safe and clean. If any one of them spotted the two, they didn't have a beggar's chance of convincing anyone they weren't pawns of the thief guilds, sent to kill yet another lackey of the trifect. Kayla looked to Haern and held in a smile. Maybe if they were found, the boy might reveal another amazing skill. The kid could pull out nails with a thin knife and vault over fences like a mummer's monkey. What could he do when cornered behind a locked gate? Locked? "Haern, look at me," she said. "Can you pick a lock? Not some apprentice's crap, I mean a true smith's lock. I've never had the fingers for it, but do you?" He looked away from her, angling his head so the rising sun no longer reached through the leaves to light his face. In the shade, he seemed to grow more confident. "Your daggers are thin, and I could try. I'd need something else, though, something even thinner." She handed him a dagger, then reached into her belt and pulled out a small spyglass. She used it when she needed to be absolutely certain who a person was, when guesswork and reliance on body structure and clothing were not enough, or when naming the wrong name could get her killed by all parties involved. The spyglass wasn't what she wanted, though. What she wanted was the length of wire wrapped around the middle to reinforce the fragile creation. Haern saw and nodded happily. He snatched the spyglass from her hands, unwound the wire, and handed the spyglass back. How long? She asked. Master Jaya was my teacher, he said. When he left, he said I was his fastest student ever. Kayla shook her head. Not good enough. Tell me, how fast? Haern shrugged. A minute? 2 if it's expertly made. Expect 3 minutes, she said. Her blue-green eyes darted about. It wouldn't be long before a servant or two headed out for the market to fetch fresh eggs and warm bread for breakfast. The sun was low. Perhaps they could go unnoticed. She had seen no guards, but that meant nothing. After 5 years of warfare, there were always guards. Pick the lock as fast as you can, she told him. If anyone tries to stop us, I'll kill him. Haern nodded. I'll do my best. The ground wasn't far, but Kayla worried about Haern's leg. Once they made it to the streets, they could lose themselves in the sea of merchants, tradesmen, and common folk that always swelled in the morning hours. Until then, they'd be horribly vulnerable. I'll help you down, she said. Hurry, but don't injure your knee any further. An open gate does us no good if you can't walk through it. She guided him down to the grass. Limping like an old man, Haern approached the closed and barred front gate. Kayla remained hidden in the tree. She was close enough to intercept any guards who might spot him, and she hoped to surprise the first few who tried to stop the boy. When Haern reached the gate, he knelt down on his good knee, cupped the lock in his hands, and examined it. After a moment, he glanced back to the tree and held up 2 fingers. 2 minutes, she thought. The gods are kind. She began counting in her head. At 17, she heard a cry of alarm. By 29, she'd seen several men run around the side of the estate, all wearing brightly polished chainmail and brandishing curved swords. They were 5 in all, and glumly Kayla checked the daggers at her belt. She had only 3 left. There would be no whittling them down before they reached her, and she knew veteran killers were underneath that armor. Not good, she thought. Up, down, sideways, and every way between, she muttered. If Haern knew of their approach, he obeyed Kayla's request and kept his back turned and his eyes focused. Twirling one of her few daggers in her fingers, the woman silently dropped to the grass. 1 good throw, and she could make it 4-1. Her speed was good, so she might blind or wound another before they realized she was there. After that, she might distract them long enough for Haern to open the gates. Would he escape, limping on a busted knee with angry guards chasing after? Should have just let you run, Kayla whispered as she began her sprint. Easy money is never easy. The whole while she had never stopped her counting. 37, 38, 39. She chose not to throw her extra dagger. An errant throw might alert them to her presence, and surprise was the only advantage she had. Her heart pounding in her ears, she angled toward them. If she was right, she'd slam into the pack only 10 feet away from Haern. 40, 41, 42. She cut one across the eyes as he turned toward the sound of her charge. Another screamed and fell back, blood pouring out from underneath his arm. Better than expected, Kayla thought as she tried to twirl away. A hand latched onto her short, raven hair. Now it was her turn to scream as she felt her scalp tug painfully, her momentum far too great for her to stop. The guard swore and tossed a handful of hair to the ground. 55, 56, 57. The blinded man staggered back toward the mansion, screaming like a stuck pig the whole time. 2 chased after her, slashing the air before her chest and waist with their curved swords. The other man she had stabbed collapsed to the ground, only an occasional moan escaping his pale lips. That left only 1 to make for Haern. Their lives depending on it, Kayla hurled a dagger between the 2 guards chasing her. End over end it twirled, and when it stuck true, Kayla let out an excited cry. The man rushing for Haern collapsed, a blade embedded in his neck. 62, 63, 64. Now, able to focus solely on the 2 guards, she went purely defensive. Her daggers could never compete with the reach of their swords, but they had seen her throw, and that fear was strong enough for her to work with. As she twirled and dropped, she would randomly pump a hand as if to throw. Each time, one of the guards would back away and hunker down, trying to protect his exposed parts with the bulk of his armor. She never let one go, and she knew it wouldn't be long before they stopped falling for such a simple trick. 70, 71. More shouts came from the house. The first 5 had only been a quick roundup of the outside guard. They'd expected only a young boy picking a lock. Now that they saw their own dying, the doors were flung open, and a group of at least 20 approached in an impressive collection of swords, armor, and shields. Kayla laughed. Her situation so dire she found it somehow amusing. Fuck, 77, me, 78, up, 79, down, 80. Now her opponents stepped back, clearly knowing numbers and time were on their side. They also blocked her way to Haern. Fear clawed at her throat. Accompanying a thief guildmaster's son into the grounds of Keenan's estate? She might as well have spit in the Reaper's face. They would be tortured, killed, and sent as gifts into the underworld in many different size containers. After 5 years, the trifect was desperate for any sort of victory. 85, 86. She heard Haern shout her name. The guards must have seen her own shocked look, and they spared a quick glance. Haern stood before the gates, lock in hand. Men charged after him from the estate, murder on their minds, yet the boy only smiled and hurled the heavy metal contraption toward Kayla's attackers. When they glanced back, she had already thrown her daggers. She didn't wait to see how badly she'd hurt them. At full run, she dropped to one leg, sliding between the group, rolling to preserve her momentum, coming out on the other side. And then she was on her feet, heart pounding, legs churning. Haern had pushed open the gate for her by the time she arrived. She grabbed his arm as she passed, never slowing. He cried out in pain, but his leg moved as fast as it could go, which was not fast enough. The guards poured out of the gate, sure to catch them. For a moment, she thought of ditching the boy to save her own skin. In the end, she laughed the thought away. They'd made it this far. To run like a coward now just felt pathetic. Besides, she could count at least 3 times now she'd thought them doomed, and they had survived. Why not try for 4? Kayla had hoped to lose herself in the crowd, but the crowd gave way instead, wanting no part of the bloody affair. Swearing, Kayla spun to face the guards, determined to die fighting, rather than in the torture cells of Laurie Keenan's mansion. A small quarrel shot into the nearest guard's throat. Several others fell back as more crossbow bolts whizzed through the air. Kayla grabbed Haern and pulled him down, cradling his head against her breast as she held him tight. Another volley of bolts tore into the guards. The common folk screamed and fled, even the few who had desired a bit of spectacle. A single errant shot was all it'd take to change their role from spectator to dead participant. Men wearing tattered green cloaks and wielding crossbows surrounded Kayla and Haern. Several others held long dirks, and grinning feral grins they dared the remaining guards to attack. In their indecision, more crossbow bolts shot at gaps in the guards' armor. Whoever remained their leader, for a good many were dead, raised his arm and shouted a command. The guards turned tail and fled back to the Keenan mansion. "Stand up, girl," one of the green cloaks said to her. Kayla glanced up to see a bearded ruffian smiling at her. His eyes were green, and covering both cheeks were tattoos of snakes, one red, one emerald. When she tried to pull Haern along, they closed ranks, blocking the way with their dirks. "We have no business with the serpents," she told the man, doing her best to add a hard edge to her voice. It was the voice she used when someone offered to pay far less than her information was worth, or, even worse, refused to pay at all. "The Serpent Guild chooses its business. Now move your ass. We have places to go." There were 8 of the serpents, and with their crossbows loaded, they searched up and down the street, which was slowly returning to its normal hum of voices and trade. Kayla started to ask where they were to go, but then the bearded man struck her with his fist. Rough hands grabbed her wrists. Another pinned Haern's arms behind him and pushed him along.
"Hope he's worth it,"
another of the serpents said.
"Someone both the king and Lori Keenan once?"
the bearded man said.
"He's worth it."
He turned to his two captives.
"Keep your mouths shut and your feet moving, or you'll find out just how much venom a serpent can spit."
Kayla was in no shape to argue. Through the street they marched, the green cloaks encircling and protecting their recent acquisition. They took a winding path through the streets, but the general direction was west. When she realized this, Kayla perked up, her eyes searching the blur of faces they passed. Haern had said his guild's hideout was in the west. Perhaps, just perhaps, one of those blurs might be reporting their location. The bearded man led them on an abrupt turn to their left, passing between two vendors selling apples and pears. The serpents' crossbows fidgeted in their hands, and their eyes seemed to be more alert. They hurried along, jabbing Kayla harder in the back, one helping Haern due to his obvious limp. She assumed they passed through enemy territory. Whose, she did not know, considering she wasn't affiliated with any of the guilds. She'd rather sell information in her own quiet way and avoid the death warrant that joining one almost always entailed. No intelligent person could say the Trifect was winning its little war, but it certainly had eliminated a large portion of Veldaren's underworld. The thieves recruited with promises of wealth and murder, while the wealthy nobles handed over real coin. Kayla knew which one she preferred to accept as payment. A shrill whistle rang out above them. To either side of the group were giant homes, 4 stories tall, each one crammed tight with families barely able to scrape together a living. A few of the green cloaks looked up but saw nothing. Kayla, however, had much sharper eyes than they, and what she saw was the barest hint of a gray cloak leaping across a building. She felt her heart race, and though it was a gamble, she had to take it. The men looked far too worried. If there was to be a rescue, it'd be now.
"Keep going,"
the bearded man said. Kayla let her body slacken, and she acted as if a fainting spell were coming over her.
"What is your... Oh, shit, someone grab her,"
she heard one of them say. Acting weak wasn't a tough chore. After a night spent fighting guards, leaping over gates, climbing trees, and running for her life, she was plenty exhausted. Someone grabbed her arms and another her neck, but a clever twist of her body pulled her free. Like a dead fish, she flopped to the dirt, biting down hard on her tongue upon landing. When she coughed, blood flecked across her lips.
"Get her up,"
the bearded man ordered.
"Quick! I said get her up!"
Another whistle from above. Now all the serpents looked up, and a few saw the gray cloaks. Hands reached underneath her armpits to yank her to her feet. She thought she might resist, but then 2 sharp whistles stopped them. "Let her go, Galran," a voice shouted from down the street. Kayla felt a slight gasp escape her throat. She had heard that voice once before, only once, but that was enough for her to forever remember its hard tone.
"This is no concern of yours,"
said the bearded man, apparently Galran. A man stepped out from an alley, his face hidden by the hood of his cloak. "It is my concern," he said, "and you're a damn fool if you think otherwise. Veldaren is my city serpent. Mine, and I know more of your guild than you do. Did you think you could kidnap and sell my son without my knowing?"
"Your son?"
Galran sounded like he might wet himself. Kayla contained her shock no better. The boy, the strange boy she'd thought to capture and sell, was Aaron Fellhorn? Thren's son? She felt caught between horror and hysterics. The moment she tried to demand a ransom, Thren would have hunted her down and executed her in as brutal a manner as possible. But then again, everything she'd done had kept the boy alive. That would protect her. Galrin and his serpents, however, were dead men. It was that simple. Thren had come for what was his. Yes, Thren said, approaching with his bare hands hovering just above his short swords. His next words came out almost a whisper. My son. Gray cloaks descended from the rooftops. Arrows shot from windows. Death came upon them swiftly, and only Galrin remained standing after the sudden assault, his arms pinned behind him, awaiting present for Thren as he approached. Without a word, the guildmaster slashed open the bearded man's throat, then quickly stepped aside to avoid blood splashing across his clothes. A little stained his hands, but he wiped them clean on a cloth provided by one of his men. Haern stood and bowed to his father. You have much to tell me, Thren said, motioning for him to stand. He then pointed to Kayla, who had gotten to her knees and lowered her eyes in respect. But first, I must know what her role was in all of this. Haern answered without hesitation, and to his father's surprise, he did not whisper. She saved my life, he said, and not just once, but many times. Thren sheathed his sword and offered a hand to Kayla. She took it, her mouth hanging slack. I do not know your name, nor who you might have sworn your life to, he said, but I offer you a place at my side so that I might one day repay you for the kindness you have shown my son. She thought of the coin rattling inside the perfume jars and how it was a pittance compared to Thren's wealth. Accepting might mean death, but the position was an incredible honor, as well as potentially lucrative in a way she could only have dreamed of. I accept, she said while bowing. Humbly, and undeserving, I accept. Thren's hideout was not far, and though she needed rest, and though Thren insisted they talk soon, she had one matter she had to handle first. For years, she'd indirectly sold information to Lori Keenan. Should anyone find out, more important, should Thren find out? After grabbing what few things of hers she had at her old rented home in the deep south of the city, Kayla hurried back to the merchant district. She walked by Andri's perfume shop, opened the door, and then continued without even slowing. Andri collapsed on the counter, scattering bottles of perfume and raising a horrendous stench. Deep in his fat breast lodged a dagger. When she returned to her room in Thren's hideaway, she found a yellow rose lying on her pillow. Below it, formed out of 12 stones arranged just so, was the letter H. Chapter 5. It seemed the nights had grown darker and silent over the past years as the war between the thieves and the Trifect claimed more than its share of innocent casualties. Moonlit revelries had lost their allure, and most kept their drink and their women inside. No one wanted to be mistaken for either a member of the thief guilds or a turntail for the Trifect. Daggers and poison floated through the streets when the sun was set, and only those prepared to deal with them dared walk in the open. Yoren Kull was competent with a blade, but that was not why he walked with his head held high. It was because of the man who traveled with him, dressed in the black robes and silver sash of a priest of Carrick. Officially, their kind was banned from the city. Unofficially, they made sure every king knew of their presence and of the immediate death that would follow should he try to remove them. Yoren felt quite confident no one would dare harass him with a priest at his side. "When will we arrive at the temple?" Yoren asked. The priest responded in a soft voice honed by years of practiced control. "I am not taking you to the temple. If I were,
you'd be blindfolded.
Yoren chuckled. He stood a bit straighter, as if insulted by the very notion. His left hand clutched his sword, while his right straightened a few errant hairs hovering over his forehead. He was a handsome man, his skin smooth and bronze, while his hair was a healthy blonde. When he smiled, his golden teeth gleamed in the light of the torch the priest carried. "Forgive me for my false assumption," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "I assumed meeting disciples of Karak would involve Karak's actual temple."
"Our hallowed walls are sacred," the priest said. "Discipleship to Karak involves a life combating this sinful world, and we do not tolerate weakness. Those whom you seek are not worthy of staying within the temple, despite their insistence to their faith. You've asked for the most unruly of Karak, and so to them I bring you. Whatever you need them for, I pray it is worth it. Keep your sword sheathed. My presence may keep us safe, but if you draw steel, you alone will deal with the consequences."
Yoren had never been to Veldaren before, but so far he was hugely unimpressed. The enormous wall surrounding the city had seemed ominous, and the towering castle doubly so. The god Karak was rumored to have built them, and it seemed few argued otherwise. What was inside, however, seemed to almost mock the great walls and castle. Much of the southern district had slowly died off. King Valar had ordered all trading caravans to enter through the west gate, where the guards were thicker and the road easier to watch. Poor slums and weather-beaten homes had greeted Yoren when he entered from the south. The city improved near the center, but it was all wood and plaster buildings. Other than the sheer size, and a population of 300,000 men and women crammed together just begging to be exploited, Yoren saw little that would make him wish to live within the walls.
"Where are we now?" he asked. "It is better you not know," the priest said. "It would be dangerous for you to come again without my assistance."
After meeting him in the center of the city beside some ancient fountain of an even more ancient king, the priest had led Yoren through a winding crisscross of roads and back alleys. Yoren had long lost track of which direction he was headed in, though he guessed they'd traversed back into the southern slums.
"I am not the weakling babe you treat me as," Yoren said. "You are young. Young men are often hot-headed, foolish, and governed by their loins more than their wits. Forgive me if I treat you like all other men of Dezrel."
Yoren felt his face flush, but bit his tongue. His father, Theokull, had insisted he treat the priests better than he would the king. If that meant enduring a few false comments about his nature, so be it. Yoren stood to gain much from his father's plan. His pride could withstand a few barbs.
"Here,"
the priest said, stopping before a house that looked just as dilapidated as any other.
"Enter through the window, not the door."
Perhaps it was a trick of the eye, but when Yoren pushed his fingers up against the glass of the window, his fingers slid through, and he realized no glass was there at all. He lifted his foot and climbed the rest of the way inside. He turned, expecting the priest to follow, but his guide had already vanished.
"Such wonderful hospitality,"
Yoren muttered before turning and taking stock of his surroundings. The walls and floor had been stripped bare. Stairs led higher up, the steps rotted and broken. Through the single doorway farther in he saw shelves coated with mold. Massive piles of rat droppings covered the floor. He took a step, and then the room darkened. He heard whispers in his ears, but every time he turned there was no one there. The words kept changing, his mind unable to lock down a meaning. Yoren reached for his sword before remembering the priest's words. Shadows swirling all around him, the young man released his blade and stood up straight. He would not be afraid of cantrips and echoing whispers.
You are brave for a coward,
A serpentine voice whispered from just inches behind his neck. Yoren jumped but refused to turn around. That seems a contradiction, he managed to say.
Just as there are skinny sows and smart dogs, there are brave cowards,
said another voice, eerily similar in sound and tone. Instead of behind his head, this one seemed to come from under his feet. I have done as asked, Yoren said as the shadows thickened before him. My sword is sheathed, and I came through the window instead of the door. The shadows coalesced before him into a shrouded figure. Every inch of its skin was wrapped in purple and black cloth. Even the eyes were hidden behind a single strip of thin white material, obscuring the features just enough while still allowing sight. From her shoulders hung a pale gray cloak. Despite the tight wrapping and modified voice, Yoren could tell by the slenderness of body and the curve of chest that he dealt with a woman.
Doing Karak's will involves more than following orders,
the woman said, wisps of shadow floating off her like smoke.
You ask for aid from the Faceless. For us to interfere in the squabbles of lesser men, we must be certain of your heart, as well as whatever sacrifice Karak may receive for his blessing.
A serrated dagger curled around his throat and pressed against his flesh.
Sacrifice,
whispered another faceless shadow behind him. I come with the promise of my father, Yoren said, for once glad of his infallible sense of ego. It was the only thing that kept him from stammering. We have no temple in Riverrun, though the priests of Asher have begun building one on land loaned to them by Maynard Gemcroft.
Is that so?
Asked the woman before him. If you help me, then that land becomes my own, Yoren said. You may no longer war, but I know Karak and Asher's followers are far from, friendly. If you do as I say, I will cast out the priests. Karak may have the temple and the land on which it was built. Will that suffice? The faceless woman's ragged cloak pooled on the floor as if it were liquid darkness, yet when she stepped back, it immediately snapped erect and wrapped about her sides.
It is a start, she said. Yet how does land owned by a Gemcroft end up in the hands of a cull?
Because Alisa is my betrothed, Yoren said, and everything that is hers will become mine. The faceless woman glanced to one behind him, and Yoren felt a conversation passing unspoken between them.
What is it you need from Karak's most zealous servants?
One asked at last. Yoren licked his lips. They say you can handle even the most impossible task, he said. So let's see how good you really are. As for what I need, it is rather simple. For the daughter to inherit, the father must go first. He grinned at them. I need you to kill Maynard Gemcroft. At least she had a blanket. For that, Alisa was grateful. The cells underneath the Gemcroft estate hadn't been built with comfort in mind, and it had been ages since the light of the sun touched the gray stone. While growing up, she had heard one of her father's men brag about how the stone walls had been cut just the right way to ensure a draft always blew to every corner of every cell. Soaked in moisture that dripped from the ceiling and unable to avoid the constant, chilling blow of air, many prisoners had broken down in desperate clamoring for warmth. While the deep cold of snow and ice eventually numbed the skin, the Gemcroft cells chilled relentlessly. With that draft in mind, her father's head guardsman had given her a thick blanket. Still, no matter how tightly she wrapped it around her body, she always felt a draft sneaking up her leg or down the small of her back. She trembled, remembering tales of men who had been imprisoned naked. Growing up, Elisa had always thought such a simple chill merely uncomfortable. After all, how could a bit of cold air really break a man? But now, given just a taste of the drafts, she understood its potential for torture, especially over the course of months, if not years. And that wasn't even counting the actual torture that went on, something she was obviously spared. Elisa wasn't sure how long she'd been in her cell, though judging by her meals it hadn't even been 2 days. The first day she'd shouted and threatened and demanded her release. When she finally crumpled into a corner, huddled underneath her blanket, most of her anger had subsided. A deep core remained in her breast, but she did her best to keep it contained. She had more important things to deal with. There was only one thing that could have rankled Maynard so, and that was any mention of the culls. Along the eastern coast, the culls were in charge of acquiring the king's taxes, among many other responsibilities. That alone had caused strife between them and her father, strife Elisa thought childish. Her father often prattled on about how the culls were using the tax money to build their own trading empire along the coast, slowly pushing Maynard out, and that it was only his superior number of guards that kept Theo Cull, the elder and ruler of the family, from seizing his lands. But that was business, all business, and Elisa had seen no proof of any such claims in her time with Yoren. Elisa pulled the blanket tighter, scrunching her knees against her chest to preserve every shred of warmth. He'll come for me, she thought. Her father would have to. He just wanted to show her how seriously he took her words. When the door opened and he appeared holding a torch in one hand and another blanket in the other, she'd forgive him for this punishment. She'd wrap her arms around him, kiss his cheek, and willingly tell him everything. Theo and Yoren had no sinister plans. They had no ulterior motives. The Cull family was only trying to protect its interests. For if the trifect fell, then the scum of the underworld would turn its hungry maw upon the Culls next. "You know how you stop a raging bull?" Yoren had asked her. "Kill it before it starts running. It has already gored the trifect. It needs to die before it turns its horns to us." Maynard did not come that second day. On the third morning he appeared with 2 guards. One held another blanket, while the other carried her food. Maynard stood between them, his arms crossed. He wore no cloak or vest, as if the sweeping chill meant nothing to him. "Believe me, my daughter, when I say I have no ill will toward you for this foolishness," he said. Elisa fought down an urge to stand and fling her arms around him. "But you must tell me what the Culls are planning. They are liars, girl, liars and thieves and conniving men. So tell me what it is they want." She shook her head. Her anger lashed out, temporarily uncontrolled. "They're mad at your incompetence, same as me," she said. "And if they plan a move against you, it is your own doing, but I swear I know nothing." Maynard Gemcroft nodded, and the sides of his mouth drooped a little. "You have your mother's wisdom," he said, "but sometimes you are such a stupid girl." He turned to one of the guards. "Take her blanket." She felt panic bubble up in her throat as she watched the second blanket leave, and she felt even worse when her first blanket was ripped from her arms. She clawed at it frantically, screaming that it was hers. Hers! They couldn't take it. But they did, and she was cold now. Very cold, and it was only day 3, and she still knew nothing. On the 4th night she was cold, miserable, and suddenly not alone. "Do not be frightened," a voice whispered into the cell. Elisa jumped like a startled rabbit. Her lips were blue, and her skin a sickly pale color, wrinkled from the moisture that hung thick in the air and clung to the stone walls. She felt wet and disgusting, and her mind leaped to the darkest conclusions about why someone might come calling in the deep of night. "My father will find out," she said from her crouched position on the far side from the cell bars. "He'll punish you if he—" Her voice caught in her throat, for there was no one at her cell. Again she heard the voice, echoing from wall to wall like a magician's trick. This time she clearly realized that a woman was doing the whispering, a fact that should have calmed her, but strangely did not.
"We are Karak's outcast children," said the whisperer. "We are his most fervent, his most faithful, for we have much to atone for. Are you a sinner, girl? Will you lift your arms to us and accept our mercy?"
Shadows danced around her cell, not cast from the torch flickering outside the bars. Elisa put her hands atop her head and buried her face in her knees. "I want to be warm," she said. "Please, my father, he's not bad, he isn't. I just want to be warm." When Elisa peered over her knees, she saw the shadows swarm together, grow volume and mass, and then finally fill with color, becoming a woman shrouded in black with a thin white cloth covering the gap left for her eyes.
"There is warmth in the abyss,"
the woman said as she drew a serrated dagger.
"Would you like me to send you there? Careful of what you ask, little girl. Be clear with your demands, or accept the cruel gifts fools and selfish men may give."
Elisa forced herself to stand. She felt skinny and naked before the strange woman, and it took all her willpower to suppress the shaking of her hands and keep them at her sides. "I want out of this prison," she said. "I have done nothing to deserve its cold. Now tell me, who sent you here?"
"Who else would send us?" the woman asked. "Do not ask questions you should already know the answer to. Remain quiet. We are few, and some things must be done in silence."
She wrapped her cloak around her body, its fabric seemingly made of liquid shadow. A sudden jerk and she was gone, her body exploding into dark fragments that splashed across the walls and faded like smoke.
"You have accepted the help of the faceless,"
echoed a whisper throughout her cell.
"Remember, the cost you pay is always dearer once it has left your hand."
Elisa sat back down, curled her knees to her chin, and began to cry. She wondered what Yoren would say if he saw her like that. He was so beautiful, and she knew she could be too, but not here, not cold and wet and crying like a pathetic street urchin. Her tears did not stop as she hoped. Instead, she cried louder. Far away she heard a door open, the sound thick with bolts and metal. Her eyes lifted, and with detached curiosity she watched and waited. A hefty man lumbered into view, his thumbs tucked into his belt. His eyes were beady and close together, and his long mustache dripped with grease. Elisa had never met him before returning home to Veldaren, though she had quickly learned his name. Jarrell Toole, master of the cold cells. "I got dogs howling up a storm," Jarrell said. "Figure I'll make sure you're nice and cozy." "A blanket," she said. Her teeth chattered, and it was no act. "Maynard says to wait until you can't stand no more," the man said, hoisting up his belt. "I think he means to have me wait until you're close to dead before warming you up." A hard edge entered his eye. Elisa recognized it as perverse joy in seeing one of noble birth sunk to his level and then put at his mercy. When shadows began coalescing behind his back, she openly smiled. "I think you can wait a bit longer," Jarrell said. "A blanket might have saved your life," Elisa replied. Jarrell gave her a funny look, but did not respond. When he turned to leave, a serrated dagger awaited him. It sliced his throat and splattered blood across the floor. The blood slid off the faceless woman's robes like water.
"He never would have served you," the woman said, "but there are others that will, and we must spare them if we can. Otherwise, your rule will be disputed and last as long as a sputtering candle in a storm."
My rule? Elisa waited until the faceless woman opened her cell, then grasped the door with one hand and held it firm. "Tell me your name," she said. "I have no name," the woman replied. "You said you are faceless, not nameless. Now tell me." Elisa could not see the woman's eyes through the white cloth, but she had a feeling that behind it and the wrappings hid an amused smile. "A strong candle," the woman said. "My name is Eliora." "Then listen well, Eliora," Elisa said. "I will not accept rule of my household over the murdered body of my father. Whatever you were paid or promised, I can match it. All I ask is that Maynard be captured, not killed." "You assume much. How do you know we have been sent to kill your father?" "Why else would you mutter nonsense about candles and my rule?" Eliora let go of the door and stepped back so Elisa could exit. "You are clever, child, and you are also correct. This world is chaos, but I will do what I can. Be warned, your father may already be dead. If that is the case, turn your anger on who hired us. Do not blame the sword for the blood spilled, only the hand that wielded it." The faceless woman led her up the winding stairs out of the dungeon. They encountered no guards, dead or living. As they ascended, Elisa heard the ruckus the dogs were making. Eliora must have noticed the look on her face, for the hounds sounded as if they were ravenous for blood. "They are frightened and angry," she explained. "It is a simple spell we cast upon them to draw the guards out of the estate. My sisters are all inside, I assure you." Elisa nodded but said nothing. The stairs ended in a cramped room with bare walls and a lone door, the outside of which was normally bolted. Eliora gently pushed it open. Jarrell must have gone down without alerting anyone, otherwise they would have locked it behind him. "How many are with you?" Elisa asked. Eliora shot her a glare. "We are 3, she said, "though we may be less if you continue braying louder than a mule." With so little time between her arrival and subsequent imprisonment, Elisa had not taken stock of her father's defenses. She knew they could not be light. No matter how much she might belittle the thief guilds, she was not an idiot. Without adequate protection, cloaked men with daggers would be lurking under every bed and within every closet. Of course, those defenses seemed to have meant little to the faceless woman, and that thought gave Elisa a chill. Surely the Culls were behind their hiring. But what if it had been Thren Fellhorn handing over the coin instead? Suddenly, her father's difficulties in dealing with the guilds didn't seem quite so pathetic. Clearly, the Culls meant for her to take over the Gemcroft estate. Once in a position to rule, she would keep all that in mind when deciding how to deal with her father. Men shouted in the far distance, their voices muffled through the walls. "That would be Nava," Eliora whispered. "She is looping the compound, killing guards foolish enough to leave themselves vulnerable. Hurry now. We go to your father's room." The plush carpet felt wonderful to her bare feet. Even better was the warm burst of air blowing across her skin. She remembered how warm her father kept the mansion and how she used to stretch out before the large fires roaring in the multitude of hearths throughout its halls. Winter still approached, but already Maynard had begun fighting the chill. Elisa almost stole away from Eliora for such a fire, desiring nothing more than to huddle close and burn away the deep frost that had settled into her bones. The biting words the faceless woman might say kept her from doing so. They hurried down a long hall. Over 20 windows stretched along the right, their glass covered by violet curtains. On the left hung paintings of former masters of the Gemcroft estate. A hysterical laugh died in her throat as she wondered if her own painting would someday hang on that wall. She also wondered if she'd live long enough for someone to paint it. "I come for my crown," she thought. "What The bloody abyss has come over me. She wanted none of this. When she'd returned to Veldaren, she'd meant to berate her father, show him his cowardice and hesitance, and by doing so, spur him into harsher dealings with the guilds. Once that business was done, she'd hoped to breach the subject of Yoren Kull, and of how they'd spent many nights together, and amid whispers atop pillows, murmured promises of marriage. But to usurp her father before the waning of the moon? To have strange women slaughtering guards loyal to her own flesh and blood? No, this was a dream, a nightmare. She tried to tell herself she would be a better ruler. She tried to tell herself she was ready. She didn't believe a word of it. They reached the end of the hall. Eliora slipped through the empty doorway, silent as a ghost. A guard stood to the right of it, and he died with a dagger in his throat and a hand wrapped over his mouth. As she watched the blood spill across the floor, Alisa remembered the questions her father had asked. What did the Kull household plan? Nothing, she'd insisted. Nothing but your elimination, she thought. Dimly, she wondered if her own eyes were as covered as Eliora's with her thin white cloth. Once certain no more guards were about, Eliora waved Alisa on through. "Is there anyone who might help supervise the Gemcroft estate?" the faceless woman asked as they passed through a series of bedrooms. "An advisor or a wise man, perhaps?" "My father does have an advisor," Alisa said. She remembered Eliora's earlier warning and lowered her voice. "Though I cannot recall his name." "Do you remember his face?" She nodded. "Describe him." A face flashed before her eyes, that of an older man with a short white beard and a shaved head. His eyebrows she especially remembered. He had shaven them regularly, and as a little girl she had been fascinated by the strange way it made his face look. Eliora bobbed her head up and down, looking like a doll with its head off balance as Alisa described the man. "Will you hurt him?" she asked when done. "No," Eliora said. "Now I know. I will let him leave. The elder man is the key to your takeover. To the common worker and guard there is little difference when the figurehead changes names, so long as their immediate master stays the same." The faceless woman stopped at another hallway and glanced in both directions. "Which way to your father's bedroom?" she asked. Alisa thought for a moment. "Left," she said. "Not far from my own." "Stay here and stay silent," Eliora said. "There will be guards." The shadow cloak swirled about her body, her limbs and head fading away into a shapeless blob of black and gray. Only the serrated dagger shone bright and true in her violet hand. Alisa glanced behind her every few moments, feeling almost certain a guard would find her alone and helpless. She had turned down numerous offers of training, and had been taught only rudimentary self-defense while living with John Gandrum at Felwood Castle. As she stood there, she wished she had taken those offers. She'd have given up anything if it meant holding a blade without fear of the shouts she heard throughout the mansion. The core of anger hidden in her breast flared. She had stridden into her father's house as cocksure as any man might have. Had the chill of the cells stolen that away from her? She was the rightful heir, and after the embarrassment of 5 years of secret warfare against an inferior opponent, most members of her household would welcome a stronger, smarter leader. If any guard appeared, she would demand the loyalty of his sword. The sounds of a scuffle reached her ears, coupled with a single pained scream that was cut off halfway through. She was nervous about looking around the corner to see, but did so anyway. She saw several bodies lying in a bloody path that ended at another corner. She thought to give chase when a dagger pressed against her neck. "Where is my sister?" she heard a voice ask. "Are you Nava?" Alisa asked, trying her hardest not to sound afraid. Her voice came out sounding weak but annoyed. Given the circumstances, she thought that was acceptable. The dagger shifted against her skin, and from the brief pause, she figured the woman was surprised. "Not Nava," she whispered. "Zusa. Now where is my sister?" "Eliora went ahead," Alisa said, telling no more than what was asked for. She tried to remind herself that this was her home, and that she should be the one asking the questions, but her logic was weak against the serrated edge pressed against her soft skin. "I hope you're not lying," Zusa said. "False tongues are often split." The dagger scraped across her neck. Alisa was certain blood would run down her chest, but none did. "It's not a lie," she said. "Now remove that blade. I am Alisa Gemcroft, and it was your task to free me from my prison. Threaten harm upon me, and you risk the boon you were promised for this affair." The dagger left her neck, and Alisa felt proud of how she'd handled the situation. When she turned, she was surprised to see another of the faceless women had joined them. Disguised as she was in her black and purple cloth, Alisa had not a clue who it might be, but then she heard the soft whisper and knew. "Maynard is not in his room," Eliora said. "Something is amiss." "Find him," Zusa said. "Time is our enemy." The dogs howled louder as both faceless women turned to Alisa. "Where is your father?" they demanded. "I don't know," she said, taken aback. "The hour's late. He should be in bed. Maybe something needed his attention, or his sleep was troubled and he took to wandering." "Or he was waiting for us," Eliora said. "May Carrick damn them all. Move, while Nava still buys us time outside." They hurried down the hall, Alisa's mind racing. She wondered if her father had any hidden rooms or safe places tucked away in corners of the estate, but she remembered none. She had been a rambunctious girl, and curious, too. If there had been any, she would have known. Unless father added them recently, she thought. With 5 years of secret war, he would have had plenty of time to build and remodel. Their path led them to the dining hall, which looked naked with the empty chairs, covered table, and unlit chandeliers. The shouts of the guards grew louder. The faceless women tilted their heads toward each other as if sharing a thought. Guards were pouring into the mansion. "Alerted," Zusa said. "But how?" Alisa knew of no other way to describe it. The bare wall to her left dissolved. What should have been solid stone crumpled and curled, red smoke wafting off it. Inside was a room of which she had no memory. The walls were gray plaster, undecorated and leading farther into the mansion. Filling that room were more than 20 guards, armored in steel and armed with swords. Tabards emblazoned with a Gemcroft sigil covered their tunics. "Sister, with me!" Zusa shouted, drawing her dagger and lunging toward the soldiers. Eliora was quickly behind her. The guards attempted to flood into the room, but they were held back at the narrow exit. Those in the front battled with the faceless women, but their movement seemed slow compared to the grace of their opponents. Alisa thought they'd struggle against the guards' heavy armor, but the faceless women's serrated daggers sliced through the mail as if it were butter. The metal melted and smoked purple after each cut, helpless before a powerful magic. The women held strong, but they were pushing back a river with only daggers. 5 died at their feet, but the rest pressed forward, shoving aside their dying comrades. As the guards spread out to surround them, the 2 assassins flipped back and away, their bodies curling around sword strikes as if their bones were water. "Rangal!" Eliora shouted. Alisa sprinted down the hall and into a long corridor. She glanced out the rows of windows, her heart shuddering at the sight. Pouring through the front gates in frightening numbers were various mercenaries, wearing the Gemcroft standard. Whatever her punishment would have been in the cell, Elisa realized that her attempt to escape and supplant her father would increase it tenfold. Screams chased her down the hall. Escape was all that mattered now, she realized. There would be no grab for power, no careful bartering of life for rule. The thought of returning to her cold, drafty cell spurred her on. When she reached the door, she glanced behind. None of the faceless had come yet. Glass shattered, and Elisa cried out as shards of it cut across her face. A figure crashed in through the window. She felt arms wrap around her body. "Worry not for my sisters," said a deep-voiced woman who could only be Nava. "Your life is precious. Follow me into the night." Alisa's breathing was ragged, frightened gasps. Her pulse was a war drum in her ears. With trembling fingers, she took Nava's hand. A painful lurch later, they tumbled through the broken window and onto the cool grass of the lawn. "Stay silent," Nava said, pressing a wrapped finger across Alisa's lips. "Not a word until we leave the gate. Understand?" Alisa nodded. "Good. Come." They were on the western side of the complex. The main gates were to the south, but instead of going there, Nava pulled her north. The stars were hidden behind clouds, and in the dim light Elisa stumbled as she ran. Only the strong grip on her wrist kept her moving. More mercenaries spread around the house, and she heard their shouts behind her. They had not yet been spotted, but how long until they were? The tall gate loomed high to her left. She felt the tug on her wrist lead her closer and closer, until suddenly a hand was clasped over her mouth, holding in her startled cry as they halted all movement. "Shh!" Nava hissed into Elisa's ear. The faceless woman removed her cloak, the fabric making a soft sigh as it slipped through her fingers. A single word of magic, and it snapped erect. Nava flung it upon the bars, where it stuck like honey. The woman rolled through it as if the bars no longer existed, spun on her heels, and then reached back. Her hand pressed through the cloak as if it were darkness. Only darkness. Elisa swallowed her fear and took her hand. A hard jerk forward, and then she was on the other side. Nava snapped her fingers. The cloak returned to cloth, glinting as if 1,000 stars were woven into its fabric. She wrapped it across her shoulders and took Elisa's hand. Together they fled from the shouts of soldiers and mercenaries. Elisa gave one last look at the mansion, knowing in her heart that it would never be hers. Deep within, Maynard stepped out from the gray tunnels winding throughout his estate. His adviser, the gray-bearded man with shaved eyebrows, stood beside him. His name was Bertram Sully. "I knew the Culls were desperate," Bertram said, frowning at the mess the mercenaries were making as they stamped throughout the place. "But to hire faceless women? Have they gone mad?" "Perhaps," Maynard said, "and I wonder what they could have offered as payment. However, that's not important. Not now. The priests of Carrick swore to us they would remain out of our war. It would seem that promise has finally been broken." Bertram stroked his beard. "Perhaps not. The left hand does not always know the actions of the right. If this is true, then we might have an opportunity here." "And what is that?" Maynard asked. He kicked a nearby chair, knocking it to the floor. He had known the Culls would try to rescue Elisa, and he had hoped to capture a few of their kind in the attempt. How he would have loved to shave the head of that pompous Yoren, and then hang him with his own golden locks. Instead, his daughter had escaped, and over 20 of his guards were dead. From what he had seen, his own men had not scored a single cut.
"Think on this," Bertram said. "Should we confront the priests about the actions of the Faceless, they will have few recourses. They can punish the Faceless for disobedience, thereby removing the only weapon the culls have against us. The priests may also try to atone for the broken promise by allying with us, perhaps even giving us the service of the Faceless. We can smite the culls with their own weapon." "You forgot a third option," Maynard said. "The priests deny any involvement while secretly accepting whatever bribe the culls offered, and nothing changes." "The priests would not be so foolish as to betray the trifect," Bertram insisted. "This war has made fools of everyone," Maynard said. "But it will not happen to me again. Set up a meeting with High Priest Pellerak tomorrow night. We will force the servants of Carrick to break their neutrality one way or another. And if they refuse—" Maynard Gemcroft's eyes glinted with danger. "Then we reveal their existence, all while flooding the city with rumors of human sacrifice and murdered children. Let the mobs burn their temple and tear them limb from limb. We shall see if they remain neutral when that is the fate I offer." Chapter 6. Kayla wasn't sure what she'd expected of Thren's safe house upon first arriving there, but the elegant mansion surrounded by steel bars was certainly not it. She spent the day scouting the place, meeting new members, committing faces to memory. All throughout, Haern made excuses to see her. Not that she minded. Having Thren's son with her seemed to make everyone treat her with more respect. When her tour of the place was done, she returned to the room, Haern in tow like a lovesick puppy. "Can't have asked for a nicer room," she said as she plopped down onto the bed. At the door, Haern remained, as if embarrassed to come farther inside. "So how did your father get such an, impressive building to be his safe house?" "Some rich merchant fled the city with his family," Haern said, his voice much quieter than it had been during their flight from the soldiers. "The Canes, I think they were called. All his helpers stayed to keep the mansion clean, warm, and safe. My father moved in shortly after. I've even heard he keeps a few business contracts with various men about the city, while pretending to be a friend of the real owner." "What happens when the merchant returns to his home?" she asked. "He will not return until our war is done," Haern said. "By then, we will need this place no longer." Kayla thought the logic sound, but in the back of her mind she wondered what might happen if the merchant showed up with his possessions and servants and the rest of his guards. She doubted it would be Thren who ended up looking for a new home. "Wait," she said when the boy made to leave. "Your name," she said when he stopped halfway through the door. "I suppose I should stop calling you Aaron now." He looked away, and his neck flushed red. "I suppose you should," he said. But, she pressed when his voice trailed off. "But I like not being myself," he said, unable to meet her eye. His fingers tugged at loose splinters in the door. "I liked you not knowing who I was. That meant I could be anyone. So you can call me Haern if you want. Just not around my father. I don't think he'd like that." And then he was gone. Kayla shook her head, deciding she was more confused now than before she'd asked the question. "Kayla?" She looked up, saw one of the younger members of the Spider Guild standing at the door. "Yes?" she asked. "Thren wants to see you." She let out a sigh, then waved him away. At last, she'd find out just what the man wanted from her. Sitting in her room with nothing to do would drive her insane. As she walked through the estate, marveling at various paintings of the faraway lands of Omn, Kur, and Mordan,
She let her mind wander to her own situation. She had avoided guilds, instead relying on her information and her contacts to keep herself warm, fed, and safe. Now she had allied herself with the most dangerous man in Veldaren, and for what? A vague promise of wealth? The same vague promise that she had mocked hundreds of others for following? No, it wasn't the wealth. It was the power, she realized. He had offered her a role at his side, the highest reward he could bestow. If the entire city quaked in fear at the name of Fellhorn, might not the same one day happen for Kayla? A foolish fantasy, perhaps, but she could not shake it away. It sucked wisdom from her heart like a leech. She distantly hoped that her reward for such folly would not be too severe. The hall of paintings ended at Thren's room. She knocked twice, then waited patiently. A moment later the door crept open, and a mailed hand waved her in. She entered, passing between two guards with their dirks drawn. Inside was a plush room of velvet reds and silky yellows. An enormous bed, its wood painted silver and its knobs carved into pairs of wings, was in the far corner. In the center of the room was a rectangular table with 6 chairs, seeming like a strange joke with its dull finish and undecorated nature amid a sea of decadence. Thren sat in the middle seat facing the door. He waved her to him. 2 other men sat with him, one on each side. She recognized neither. "Kayla, I would like you to meet 2 of my most trusted friends," Thren said. The man on his left stood and outstretched his hand. She took it and accepted his kiss on her wrist. "My name is Senke," he said. "I am honored to be in the presence of such beauty." He was a handsome man, although some of that was hidden by the numerous scars along his cheeks and neck, like fleshy pale crosses. "Senke is, to put it bluntly, my enforcer," Thren said. "He ensures my orders are obeyed, without any troublesome deviations." As Senke sat down, the other man stood. His skin was dark, and his eyes were darker. He had thin lips and wide eyes, and his clothes seemed about 20 years out of fashion. His enormous frame seemed to dwarf the table. "My name is Will," he said. He did not offer his hand. "Will trusts no one," Thren said, as the giant man returned to his seat. "And I may be partly to blame. He has been with me since the very beginning, and every turncoat and sellsword knows that if he deals with me dishonestly, he will find Will beating down his door." "I don't like liars," Will said, as if that explained everything. "Neither may be the smartest counsel," Thren said, smiling a little at Senke's feigned offense. "But they are honest with me. Too many quiver at the notion of the word no when in my presence. However, you are braver than that. I looked into you, Kayla. Twice you have turned down recruiters seeking to add you to my guild." Kayla shifted her weight from one foot to the other, trying to hide any discomfort. "Guilds aren't for me," she said. "At least, not at the time." "You're skilled," Thren continued. "I've gone over the event several times with my son, heard everything you have done. You once made a living selling information. No, don't tell me to who, for I do not care. But you operated within my territory, refusing to join my guild, yet you not just survived, but thrived. 4 years ago you turned down the first recruiter. 4 years. Yet now you aided my son. Why?" Kayla wished she had a better answer, but she gave the honest one. "I thought I could make a profit," she said. She expected him to be angry, but instead he laughed. "As I hoped," he said. "You do not lie. Do not hide. Do not waste my time. Your skill is undeniable, Kayla, and your motives are as pure as I might hope for. If it is money you want, I can give it to you. If it is power, I have that as well. Already I owe you greatly for saving the life of my son, and if you are willing, I will give you a chance others could only dream of." Kayla glanced at Will and Senkei, wishing at least one of them might give a hint as to what exactly was being offered.
"And what is that?"
she asked. "Join me as part of my council," Thren said. "Sink or swim, to put it most simply." Senkei chimed in. "You've got potential, and given this whole fight against the Trifect, we're not much for wasting time. You're good. Are you good enough?" "I want you to aid Will and Senkei tonight in an endeavor," Thren said. Kayla took a seat before them and crossed her legs.
"What might that be?"
she asked. "Those who betray me must be punished," Thren said. "Loyalty until death. Death to the disloyal. I have based my entire life around those two laws, and I will not break them now. The king has imprisoned Haern's former tutor, an elderly man named Robert Haern." Kayla's cheek twitched at the name, and Thren misinterpreted this as a sign of recognition. "Indeed, the king's former tutor was also my son's. When the soldiers stormed his home, Haern insists Robert helped him escape. I must know if this is true. I must know what part Robert played in that fiasco. If he saved my son's life, then I owe him as dearly as I owe you. If he was a willing member of the attempt—" Will cracked his knuckles.
"You want us to break him out of prison?" Kayla said. "I've never once heard stories of you doing so for any of your other members. Why risk all this for one old man?"
Senkei nudged Thren's elbow, clearly amused. Thren was not. "Someone was behind the attempt on my son," he said. "Someone with the power of the castle. I must know who. I will not assassinate a king until I am certain of his guilt." His tone made it perfectly clear he was not joking. Kayla felt a knot swelling in her throat, and she swallowed it down.
"What do you want of me?" she asked.
"I will be leading this endeavor," Senkei said. "Will is coming too. We need a third. But it's possible the attack on Haern was orchestrated with the help of someone within our organization. We need someone clean. So, what do you say? Want to help break into the dark dungeons of King Edwin Vela's castle?"
"Insane," Kayla thought. "Absolutely insane. We will be caught and killed, all for an old man who may know nothing, nothing at all."
Thren was watching her. They all were. She knew what saying no would mean. She would never join their private talks again. There would be no seat for her there on Thren's council, not when her cowardice could win out over her loyalty. All hopes of wealth and power and fear would be lost forever.
"I'll go," she said. "I'll most likely die, but I'll go."
"That's my girl," Senkei said with a wink. Will only grunted. Knowing the dungeon could be the death of the old man at any time, they made their plans for that night. Many hours later, a new collection of daggers clipped to her belt, Kayla met the others in the deep recesses of the safe house. "Thren's built tunnels leading out to a couple different homes and alleys," Senkei said as he adjusted his gray cloak, cinching it tighter about his body. Kayla caught sight of a long dirk tucked into his belt, the sides of its hilt painted red. The blade curved up and down like waves of the ocean, and she shuddered at the thought of its piercing her flesh. "There are times when no one, not even of our guild, can see us," Will said. "Not going, not coming. This is one of those times. You understand?"
"I'm no child," Kayla said.
Will had painted his face gray to match the color of his cloak, and when he smiled at her he seemed like a graveyard wight come to feed. "Maybe," Will said. "But when blood gets spilled, we'll see if you cry like one."
"A most impressive silver tongue you have, my friend," Senkei said, slapping Will on the back. "It is a wonder you must pay the ladies to stay in your presence. I would think they would be paying you."
"After they see what I have, they do," Will said. He glanced at Kayla as if expecting her to blush, but she only rolled her eyes and gestured for them to move on ahead.
"The tunnels are waiting," she said.
Be serious if you must, Senkei said, but remember to smile. It lights your face up so beautifully when you do. This time she did blush, and when she noticed the begrudging annoyance on Will's face, she let her cheeks bloom full red. Senkei pulled up a few boards underneath a painting of a broken castle. Cut into the packed dirt was a hole curving deeper underneath the house like some oversized rabbit hole. There will be no light, Senkei said. I'll go first. Try to crawl slow and steady, and under no circumstances panic. If you get too close to me, I might kick you in the face, and I'd feel just horrible. It might feel tight at times, but keep crawling, and remember that if Will can fit, you surely can. I've never had a problem with enclosed spaces, Kayla said. What about the dark? Will asked. I said I'll be fine. Senkei winked at her. I hope you are. Count to 5, then follow. Head first, the rogue climbed into the hole and was gone. After a count of 5, Kayla followed. At first she could see, but when the tunnel curled lower, the light of the mansion faded, and she stared into what looked like the gullet of some enormous monster. Her heart fluttered, but she imagined the jokes Senkei might make about her, as well as what would happen when Will bumped into her from behind. Most likely push her on, she realized. Hand after hand, she crawled into the darkness. Gradually, the tunnel narrowed. Instead of crawling on her hands and knees, she fell to her stomach and pulled herself along. So much work just to keep our mission secret, she thought with some annoyance. How long did it take? She asked, and was startled by how loud her voice sounded. Some part of her seemed to think the darkness would swallow her words, smothering them in the void. Take to do what? She heard Will ask from farther back in the tunnel. His deep voice rumbled in the dark, and she held in a curse as her head thumped the roof of the tunnel. She felt like a skittish rabbit. To dig all this, she said, hoping her nervousness wasn't too obvious in her voice. 2 weeks, Will said. All day, all night. 2 died in this tunnel alone. Kayla shuddered. She decided not to ask how many had died digging the rest of the tunnels that no doubt snaked out in all directions from the mansion. Occasionally her fingers would brush against wooden supports, and each time her heart was thankful. Any sense of humanity in the darkness, however remote, was a blessing. The tunnel veered upward sharply. Kayla wasn't sure how long she had crawled, though the pain in her back insisted it had been at least half an hour. Her mind guessed a more reasonable 10 minutes. Soon dim light lit the tunnel, but to her eyes it was a blazing beacon, and seeing it, she smiled. Her head emerged in the middle of a sparsely decorated home. Senkei helped her out of the tunnel, his hands a bit too friendly around her waist as he did. She was so glad to be out of the tunnel she let it slide. Will was not far behind her. A bit of dirt had joined the gray paint on his face and hands, only reinforcing the white image she had of him. Where are we? Kayla asked. With only darkness visible outside the lone window, she had nothing to go on but a vague sense of the direction in which she'd crawled. A home, friends bought and hollowed out, Senkei explained. We swing by occasionally to make sure no vagabonds take up residence. There's also a few friends of mine that have the dreadfully difficult duty of pretending to live here every couple of days, so no neighbors get curious. Night's moving, Will said. Shut up and move, Senkei. Senkei laughed. Yes, my lord. They slipped out and hurried north. Attached to the castle like an extra foot, the prison was a giant cube made of thick stone bricks. Only the top floor poked half above the ground, the rest stuck deep into the earth. Barred windows lined both sides, marking the cells of the lesser offenders. Kayla highly doubted they would find Robert Haern in one of them. She could only dream of their plan being so easy. Anxious, she ran the plan over in her mind. With just the 3 of them, brute force would not do, not with so many guards stationed throughout the dungeon. Even worse, it could provoke a far greater retaliation if they left a massive trail of bodies. They needed stealth, they needed quiet, and they needed a tiny bit of magic. I thought the castle was warded against magic, she had said when they explained the plan. The castle is, Thren had said, but the prison is not the castle. Kayla wondered how such stupidity could have come to pass. Most certainly it involved money. Whatever the reason, the weakness was their boon. They had procured a simple spell scroll, which Senkei kept hidden in his cloak. When they reached the prison, they would sneak around to the back, slip past any guards, and then use the scroll to enter the prison. Once inside, they would have about 10 minutes before their exit vanished into the ether. The three had worked out a few strategies to distract, disable, and render unconscious any guards they might encounter. Picking Robert's lock would be child's play to someone like Senkei. After that, it was a quick trip out of the prison and back to the safe house. "Why are we bringing Will?" Kayla had asked once she could pull Senkei aside. "With his size, he cannot be an expert at silence and shadow." "That big log?" Senkei had laughed and then grinned at the giant man. "Is coming with us in case stealth isn't enough." As they neared the prison, she hoped that Will would be of no use to them whatsoever. Of course, she was in a doubtful mood. By night's end, Will would crack a few heads. She had little doubt of that fact. "I count only 6, Senkei whispered as he and Kayla hunched around the corner of a home and watched the guards make their rounds. Will hung back, either not wanting to crowd the others or not caring how many they faced. 3 at the gates, Kayla said, tracking their movements. 2 more traveling around in a circle. Another is stationary at the southeast corner. We should assume another guard is out of sight at the northwest corner. 7 then. Still, far less than I was worried about." "The soldiers are inside," said Will. When he first spoke, Kayla instinctively tensed, expecting his booming voice to alert guards for miles, but instead out came a controlled whisper, deep and quiet. She chastised herself for such naivete. Will had not risen to such high ranks within the Spider Guild by being foolish or unskilled. Despite his size, she now wondered if he would be better at stealth and hiding than she was. Her pride said no, but a nagging voice of reason in her mind insisted otherwise. "Far more men within," Senkei agreed, "mostly bunched at entrances to all 3 of the lower floors. They're far more afraid of people breaking out than breaking in. We must use that to our advantage, but also remember, the escaping may be much more difficult." They waited a few more minutes, counting how long it took the roving patrol to loop around. "We'll have maybe 30 seconds, Kayla said, "unless you want to take out the 2 guards." "Take them out. We gain another minute to get in," Will said. "But then we lose the rest of the night in getting out." Senkei nodded. If they could sneak in, their entrance would be unnoticed. Dead or unconscious guards, however, tended to attract attention. "What about the guard at the northwest corner?" Kayla asked. "We don't know for sure he's even there," Senkei argued. "Then let's go find out." They climbed up to the roof of the home they'd hidden beside. As they prepared to move west along the rooftops for a better view, Kayla wondered at Will's dexterity. He climbed as well as she, and although he weighed more, the boards and plaster made no extra groans or creaks when he crossed. Lady Luck was not with them. Leaning against the corner, whistling a tune, was their unknown guard. "Damn!" Senkei whispered as he lay on his belly peering off the roof. "That complicates things tremendously." "We need him diverted," Kayla said, "but that may mean only 2 of us going inside." "We go as 3, or not at all," Will said. The woman spun at him and glared. "Then give us an idea, Ox." As if this were a serious request, Will nodded and crossed his arms. "Fine. Wait for me." Will climbed down, his giant girth looking comical as he hung from slender handholds. Once on the ground, he strode up to the guard without any attempt to hide his presence. "What is he doing?" Kayla asked. "Calm yourself," Senkei said. He put a hand on her shoulder, and this time she did pull away. If he was offended, he didn't show it. Will knows what he's doing, and if he doesn't, well, we're up here, and he's down there, right? She didn't reply. Silent, they watched as Will waved at the guard, a noticeable drunken gait suddenly overcoming him. He said something, but they could not hear what. The guard pointed away as if shooing a mutt. Will turned as if considering, and then spun around, his massive fist clobbering the guard. His beefy arms wrapped around the guard's neck as he fell, tightening, twisting, and then the guard went still. Kayla counted in her head, tracking how long until the patrol would find them. Will had 30 seconds, 40 at most. If Will was worried, he didn't show it. Calmly, he picked up the body and propped it against the wall. He crossed the guard's arms, adjusted his legs a tiny bit, and tilted his helmet so that it appeared he had nodded off. He kicked the legs a couple of times until they locked. A moment later, and Will was climbing up the house, rejoining them on their rooftop perch. "Surely they will wake their friend," Kayla said, not impressed with the ploy. "Once he's awake, they will search for us." "You don't know gods," Will said. A crude smile spread across his lips. "Why is he in back and alone? Because he's not liked. You will see. But for now, hurry. Our chance approaches." They skirted the light of the various torches hanging from large brass rings off the sides of the prison roof. They were nearing the giant wall surrounding the city, and therefore were out of homes to climb across and use to hide their presence. Only their cloaks and the shadows offered them protection, but they used them with the calm skill of experienced thieves. When the two patrolling guards walked around the corner, Kayla felt a bit of vindication at how quickly they noticed the guard sleeping. One yanked the helmet off him, while the other prodded him in the stomach with the hilt of his sword. When he did not wake, the first guard slapped him across the face, and then finally the man startled. She listened as the guards mocked him, grabbed his arm, and then marched him toward the front. "He's to be punished," Kayla whispered, suddenly feeling very foolish. "Go now," Will said. The three of them ran behind the soldiers and to the back of the now unguarded prison. They made not a sound. Senkei knelt beside the center of the wall and unrolled the scroll from the pocket in his cloak. He pressed it against the stone and whispered the activation word. The scroll sank inward, dissolved, and then, with an audible pop that made all of them wince, it vanished. Senkei slowly pressed his hands against the bare stone, a grin spreading across his face as it passed as through a desert mirage. His arms sank in further, and after a wink to the others, he dove headfirst inside. After a deep breath to collect her courage, Kayla followed. Chapter 7. Robert Haern remembered his comment to Thren Fellhorn about the cruelty of King Valar's dungeon, and his dry, bleeding lips cracked a smile. How prophetic those words seemed now. His arms were chained above his head, each shoulder pulled out of its socket. The tips of his toes brushed the ground. Every few hours a guard came in and raised him higher, so that despite the stretching of his skin and his dislocated joints, he never supported himself with them. He'd come to fantasize about those toes. He wanted to feel the weight of his body on them, to flex and curl them in grass while his back lay comfortably supported on solid ground. Robert sipped soup from a spoon at midday, which was held by a small boy who went from cell to cell carrying a little wooden stool. "What madman lets such a young child work in this pit?" he had wondered the first time the door opened and the dirty-haired boy stepped in. Now he didn't wonder. Instead, he tilted his head back, opened his lips, and waited for the soothing liquid. Dreams came and went. They did so easily enough with old men, and the boredom only increased their vividness and frequency. There were times when he thought he stood at the king's bedside, telling humorous stories to scare away the nightmares that pierced his mind. Other times he was with his wife, Darla, who had passed away of dysentery a decade ago. She hovered before him with startling brightness, looking as she had when they first met. Light streamed through her blonde hair, and when she touched his face, he pushed against her hand, only to have soup spill across his cheek. "Stop it and hold still," the boy told him, the only time he'd spoken. Robert drank the soup while tears trickled down the sides of his wrinkled face. Now it was night again, although he only knew because of the changing of the guards. The bars were thick around him, and there were no windows. He remembered men Edwin had sentenced to 10, 20, even 30 years. Often the punishments had little to do with the crime, and more with the look of the man and his inability to grovel convincingly. Robert wondered what his own punishment might be. No matter how much he hoped, he knew his imprisonment would last until death. He was old. It wouldn't be long. The bars rattled, and he heard a soft bang on the door. His head tilted backward almost instinctively. Part of his mind thought it was too early for soup, but perhaps he had dreamed. Or maybe he was just too hungry and thirsty to care about the time of day. "Just don't let it be time for another stretching," he pleaded. "No more, please, no more." Arms wrapped around his waist. When he opened his mouth to scream, a hand rammed over it to stifle the noise. "Silence, old man," a deep voice rumbled in his ear. Robert opened his eyes to look, but they were full of tears. Through blurred vision he saw 3 strangers, cloaked and almost invisible in the darkness. "This will hurt," said another voice, this one feminine. Then fire erupted through every joint in his body. His shoulders felt like the center of the inferno. He might have screamed again, but if he did, he wasn't aware. All he knew was that the giant hand across his mouth pressed tighter. The chains rattled above his head. He heard a click. A sudden lurch followed, and though his whole body flushed with pain, he felt a wonderful, delirious satisfaction in the sudden feel of his weight resting no longer on his dislocated arms, but instead on the chest of another. "We don't have much time," said a new voice, male and not as deep as the first. "We need to go, and quick." "We've killed too many," said the deep voice. "Thran will not be pleased." "As long as we've got Robert, he'll keep his displeasure in check. Now hurry!" The ache in Robert's shoulders had begun to fade, and a dim part of his mind was aware that they were no longer dislocated. That knowledge was little comfort when he felt himself thrown over the shoulder of what must have been a giant man. The sudden movement churned his stomach, and he vomited all over the man's back. "Lovely," he heard his rescuer say. Robert clamped his teeth tight as his body bounced up and down with each hurried step. Someone was rescuing him. So screaming was bad. Screaming was dangerous. Silence was golden. His muscles were aflame, his joints throbbed, but the only sound he made was a soft, quiet sob. To take his mind off the pain, he tried to visualize the prison in his mind. He had been there plenty of times, usually accompanying Edwin on some morbid jaunt past all the cells. The king had always been doubtful of his commands being carried out, so seeing men he'd sentenced actually being punished put a smile on his face. Those trips had given Robert ample opportunity to memorize the layout. From what he remembered, he was on the 3rd level built below the ground. Beneath were 2 more floors, where the punishment was far more active and brutal. To get out, they'd need to pass upward 2 floors to the entrance. Each stairway was locked and guarded. But if he was being rescued, perhaps they had killed the guards or rendered them... He moaned as the man carrying him skidded to an abrupt halt. The woman cursed. When Robert opened his eyes, his awkward position disoriented his vision, and he closed them to prevent another wave of vomit. The smell of it was still strong from the first time, although when he compared it to the stench of his cell, he figured he could endure it. Sounds of drawn weapons met his ears. "Who?" he asked. His voice seemed meek compared to the rest of the sounds around him. "Who sent you?" "Thran," said the big man. "Now shut your mouth." Robert wasn't sure he could have spoken even if he'd wanted to. Steel rang against steel. He heard a man scream. Then they were running, his head bobbing up and down with each step. Stairs, Robert realized. They were going up a flight of stairs. More sounds of battle. It was so strange hearing the fight without a visual accompaniment. The sound of a sword striking armor could be good or bad. Each cry of death could be one of his rescuers or a man blocking their exit. He found that his mind was too exhausted to hope one way or another. Honestly, he hoped they failed in their attempt, and he was killed along with the rest. Because if Thren Fellhorn wanted him, then the only place safer than the golden eternity was back in his cell. A sound of trumpets flooded the prison. The big man carrying him swore long and loud. Robert was gently placed on the ground that felt beautifully firm underneath his tucked knees. The stone was cold, but he didn't mind. He shivered, and absently he wondered if he had a fever. No longer upside down, Robert slowly opened his eyes and watched the battle to save his life rage around him. A beautiful woman with raven hair twirled by a doorway leading deeper into the prison. Daggers flew from her hands, unable to score killing blows through the thick armor of the guards, but stalling them nonetheless. Robert glanced the other way. Down past rows of cells made of thick stone and sealed wooden doors was the final set of stairs. 10 guards pressed their way down, but only 4 made it off the steps. 2 men held them back, wielding long daggers with such precision that Robert knew they were men of Fellhorn. One was a thin, wiry man with blonde hair, while the other looked like a dark-skinned giant. All 3 of his rescuers wore the gray cloaks of the Spider Guild. Robert closed his eyes as guard after guard died. With the trumpets sounded, they would come endlessly. 3 against a multitude. Robert didn't need all his wits to know the likelihood of escape. He waited for rough hands to grab his soiled clothes, or perhaps for a blade to pierce his chest. Death after death he heard, the cries a chorus of blood and skill. And then rough hands did grab him, but instead of hauling him back to his cell, they flung him over the shoulder of the giant. "Run!" boomed the man. Up the stairs they went. When they reached the top, Robert dared open his eyes. The big man had swung around to check behind him, and as he did, Robert saw 10 more soldiers blocking the way. They were not in a frantic hurry, nor did they look overly worried. They were arrayed in a diamond shape, with those at the back wielding long pole arms while the front men carried shields and maces. "Give 'em up!" one of the mace men shouted. "Where's the gate?" the woman asked. "Follow me," the smaller man said, "as long as they don't know." The 3 rushed down the hall toward the defensive formation, then swung right. Robert was baffled. They approached a dead end of solid stone. The shadows across it were thick. The smaller man jumped at the wall, and just as Robert wondered what gymnastic trick he planned to perform, he slipped right through as if the wall were air. The girl followed next. Hope dared kindle in the old man's breast. As the guards shouted behind them, Robert and his giant leaped through the shadows of the wall. Cool, fresh air blew across Robert's skin, and feeling it, he gasped. "And done," said the smaller man, clapping his hands twice before the wall of the prison behind him. Something black and watery ran off to the ground, leaving a disgusting-looking stain. "Let's take him home," the woman said. Robert tried to smile at her, but the comfort of clean lungs was too much for him. He fell asleep, still slung across the giant's shoulder. When they approached the guards, Nava brushed back her cloak and stood to her full height. With her dark clothing and the white cloth over her face, there was no doubt as to what she was. "We see nothing," one of the guards said, repeating the line he had been instructed to say when one of the faceless sought exit from or entrance into the city, lest he and his superiors incur the wrath of the temple. Elisa followed, still clutching Nava's hand. She had no idea why they were leaving the safety of the walls, and the faceless woman had given her no explanation. They'd stayed 1 day in a dilapidated inn, just her and Nava. The faceless woman had sneaked in through the window, letting Elisa be the one to pay using money Nava gave her. Yet come nightfall, with Elisa still exhausted and wearing her torn clothing, Nava told her it was not safe and brought her back out into the streets. Elisa could only guess why. Even with her father hunting for her, there had to be safe places in the city to hide, places like that inn. But why hide? The thought slapped her like a wet cloth. Her claim to the Gemcroft line was most certainly severed. Perhaps she could flee to safety with one of the foster families she had stayed with for the past few years. John Gandrum would surely welcome her, though he might also report her whereabouts to Maynard. And of course, there were the Culls. They exited the western gate. The road leading southwest was packed tight from all the daily wagons and caravans of trade. Off the path, the tall grass was a deep green and grew as high as Elisa's knees. The tug on her wrist giving her little choice, Elisa followed Nava into the wide fields. They traveled north, curling around the walls and toward the King's Forest. As they neared the forest, the grass grew shorter, and by the time they walked through the rows of thick trunks, it had given way to carpets of fallen leaves. "Why are we here?" Elisa asked, rubbing her shoulder with her free hand as if she were cold. She had spent many nights listening to her maids tell ghost stories of the King's Forest, with its faithless maidens lost for eternity, chivalrous knights who had wandered astray, and scores of evil robbers and rogues eagerly awaiting a man foolish enough to enter alone. Of course, the stories were just to keep the children away from the forest, where poaching was a serious enough offense to warrant death. Knowing this did little to fight back the ghostly chill that gave her goosebumps. "Do not ask questions when you should know the answer," Nava said. "Why else would we enter the forest?" They would kill her, Elisa realized, cut her throat and hide her body, so when Yoren asked what happened, they could tell him she was already dead when they found her, her blood spilled across the floor and rats gnawing on her insides. Elisa waited until Nava tugged on her wrist, and then after her initial stumble forward, she jerked her entire arm to the side. The sudden pullback surprised the faceless woman, and Elisa's thin hand slipped free. She bolted in the opposite direction, praying she had not gotten turned around inside the forest. Branches lashed at her face, and bushes they had easily walked around seemed to suddenly spring up and claw at her legs and ankles. Her attire was silky and thin, a poor guard against the grasping fingers of the forest. She heard no shout behind her, but she knew the woman would give chase. She imagined Nava holding a serrated dagger in her left hand, her right reaching for Elisa's hair or the neck of her dress. One tug, just one tug, and she'd stumble and fall. Her heart soared when she saw the forest's edge. The trees were spaced farther and farther apart, and she ran more easily. When she dared look behind her, the faceless woman was gone. Then she looked forward again, and a large, masculine shape stepped directly in her path. Elisa cried out, and as rough hands grabbed her arms, she felt her legs weaken at the thought of being raped by a low-born ruffian. "Elisa!" She heard the man shout, and for a moment she ceased her thrashing. Her eyes opened. She'd never realized she shut them. And then she saw who it was who held her. Yoren Cull, sporting a fresh set of scratch marks on his face. Relief broke her tension. She flung her arms around his neck and sobbed against his chest, all the while mumbling incoherently about robbers and ghosts and faceless women. "She'll kill me!" Elisa shouted once she regained a bit of her wits. She spun and pointed to where Nava approached from the forest, no longer running but instead flowing around the bushes and trees as if her muscles were liquid. "Kill you? Why?" Yoren glanced over to the faceless woman, and his right hand drifted to his sword hilt. "Don't be a fool," Nava said. She pointed to Elisa. I was taking her to your camp, but she fled like a child. Your camp? Asked Elisa. Her cheeks flushed. Yes, my camp, Yoren said. He smiled at her, and she felt her flush grow bolder. Gingerly, she touched the scratches she had made, and when she felt no blood, she kissed them. "Forgive me," she said. She disentangled herself from his arms and curtsied in her dirty, torn dress. Her hair was a mess, and no quick wipe from the back of her hand could hide her tears. "There is nothing to forgive," Yoren said, pulling her close and kissing her forehead. "All is safe now. All is safe." Her sobbing began anew. After her time in the cells, shivering in the cold and desperate for conversation, to hear comfort and concern in his voice was more than she could bear. If he was embarrassed, he did not show it. She felt his arms tighten around her. With her face buried against his neck, she did not see the cold glare he shot to Nava, who only sheathed her dagger and glided back into the woods. "I expected all three of you back last night," Yoren explained once they were deep in the woods. Elisa sat next to him, the warmth of the fire divine on her cold flesh. Nava sat opposite them, keeping her distance from the flame. "There were complications," Nava explained. "If Elisa is hiding here with me, I can imagine so," Yoren said. "She should be the ruler of the Gemcroft estate, not a runaway outcast. How did you fail so spectacularly?" "They were ready," Nava said, "when Eliora and Zusa return. They will tell you the same thing. Hundreds of mercenaries hid within the walls. You fooled no one with your attempt to use Elisa and surprised them only in your choice of aid. We should all be dead." "I was told you never failed," Yoren said. He had tied his blonde hair behind his head, giving his face a stretched, dangerous look. "I was told even Thren Fellhorn would quake if he knew you came for him. So how did some fool-headed merchant defeat you so easily?" "If you had come," Nava said, her voice cold enough to freeze water, "then you might have seen for yourself. You'd have died, but at least you'd have your answer." Elisa thought he might reach for his sword, but before he could, the rest of the faceless women arrived. Nava greeted the others with curt nods. They sat side by side near the fire, facing Yoren and Elisa. "Why are you alone out here?" Eliora asked him. "Shouldn't you have retainers and servants? These are no conditions for one of Elisa's birth." "Have you thought that perhaps I'm hiding here?" Yoren asked. "I can survive on my own. Only one hunter has spotted my fire, and I paid him well enough to leave us alone." "Then he will only be the richer when he sells your secret for twice the amount," Eliora replied. "Don't be a fool. You must move elsewhere." Again, Elisa expected an angry reaction. And again, she was surprised by how docilely her lover reacted. "If you think it wise," he said. His arms wrapped tighter around her, and sighing contentedly, she let him tuck her head underneath his chin. Her breath blew across his neck. "It may not be too late," Nava suggested. "If we kill Lord Gemcroft before he can appoint a new successor, by law Elisa inherits his wealth and business transactions." "No," Elisa said as she pulled away from Yoren's arms. "I don't want him killed. Whatever he's done to me doesn't deserve that. I worry for my family, my father included. These thief guilds will destroy everything my family has worked for. I can't allow that. That's why I must take over." "She is the last," Eliora said. "Maynard might not remove her from his will,
For if he does, the Gemcroft line dies with the stroke of his pen.
Stop it, Alisa said, all of you. I will not let you kill him. He will not banish me, not forever. I know my father. Given time, he will accept me back.
Time you may not have,
Eliora said darkly. Ladies, I believe my lovely needs a rest, Yoren said. If you might give us some privacy, perhaps tomorrow morning we'll have a reasonable plan prepared. For now, I think we're all a bit upset over how things fell apart. The faceless women slipped through the trees, with only Eliora glancing back. She said nothing, though Alisa felt her eyes peering at her through the thin white cloth. "I'm sorry," Alisa said, shifting closer to the fire. She wasn't sure what for, but guilt weighed heavily on her shoulders. Whether by her own actions or not, she felt she had failed so many people. Yoren put his hand on her shoulder, and she was thankful for his kindness. "Everyone makes mistakes," Yoren said. He paced behind her, and the silence she hoped he'd end stretched out longer and longer. "I couldn't bear to see him dead," she said. Yoren's pacing made her nervous. What was troubling him so badly? "Sometimes good men must die to further the cause of something greater," Yoren said. "Yes, but Yoren grabbed her arms, yanking her to her feet and spinning her about. When she looked into his eyes, she saw that same fire that had always aroused her lust and called her to his bed. This time, anger was mixed with the lust, along with a dash of contempt. She felt she looked into the eyes of a stranger. "Listen to me," Yoren said. He was trying to remain calm and succeeding only barely. "We have gambled everything on your ascension. Do you understand that? You are an outcast and a bloody fool if you think your father hasn't already written you out of his well. You are dead to him. He might as well be dead to you." He paused, as if waiting for her to answer. She nodded her head, unsure of what to believe. Would Maynard cast her out so? Would he believe she'd been behind the attack by the Faceless? Yoren loomed over her, and for the first time she felt vulnerable in his presence. "We have done everything to put you into power," the man continued, "and will continue to do everything. Do not let your emotions get in the way of this, Alisa. Everything is before us. All we need is to shed a little more blood. One day our children will inherit the Gemcroft fortune, and our grandchildren will dance in the mines your father chokes with axes and slaves." "They are liars, girl," echoed her father's voice in her ear. "Liars and thieves and conniving men." "The Gemcroft name is doomed," Yoren said. "You knew that when we came here. Your father is weak. A strong leader must arise." He brushed her hair. "A leader like me." And that was it then. Alisa looked upon the man not as her lover, not as a dashing man with a hint of danger in his smile. She saw the poised viper, saw in his smile a crawling beast that would take all her power and leave her shriveled and dead. They would not be equals, not once the wedding bells rang. And right now her life was in his hands. His face brushed her neck, and his arms held her closer against him. For once, it did not excite her. Instead, she fought down her revulsion, pretended to be aroused as his tongue flicked across her skin. As his hands fumbled across her breasts, she swallowed her anger and shame and let it burn away her self-delusions. To the ground, by the fire, they went, and she spread her legs for him as he pulled down his trousers. She let him think he'd convinced her, let him believe himself still in control. She was a Gemcroft, and could endure the man's touch for a little while longer. but she swore that should she somehow assume control of the estate that was rightly hers, she would not let a dog like Haern have a single taste of its power. Father was right, she thought as Haern grunted louder. I am such a stupid girl. But that girl dies tonight. Haern would be the next to die, and unlike her, he would not be reborn wiser, stronger. He'd just stay dead. Chapter 8. Given the mansion's numerous closets, secret pathways, and gardens, Haern couldn't have been happier with his new home. He'd spent the past few days lurking more aimlessly than normal. Since the attempt on Haern's life, his father had not appointed a new teacher in weaponry, stealth, or politics. With little else to do, Haern had begun picking random workers and stalking them. He'd watched fat Olivia slaving away at the ovens for nearly 4 hours before she noticed his presence. Deciding a busy, unskilled person like that was no fun, he moved up in difficulty. Senkei had caught him in less than 4 minutes, Will in less than 2. But Senkei and Will were gone, as was Kayla, whom he hadn't worked up the courage to stalk yet. He discussed her with Senkei plenty, blurting out how beautiful and skilled she was. Senkei, the wily woman-lover that he was, had been more than sympathetic. But then he'd gone on and said the worst 3 words in the world to Haern. "You're too young." With the king sending soldiers to kill him, Haern didn't think growing older that much of a guarantee. He'd spent the last 2 hours hiding atop an old wardrobe. Floor planks opened up nearby to one of the many tunnels leading in and out of the mansion. Haern had watched people come and go, observing their reactions as they stepped into the light. For a few, he'd even scratched the wood with his fingers or let out a quick cough. None had noticed. Haern found himself missing Senkei even more. Haern thought perhaps he should be in bed, but the Spider Guild was far more active at night than during the day. More active meant more interesting. He wandered the hallway, listening for something to watch. On a good day, he'd catch several members of the guild gambling with dice, and he'd watch the twitches of their faces and the nervous movements of their hands. Haern had gotten quite skilled at guessing who would win by the severity of their tells. As he wandered, he found his spirits dropping. He bypassed only a couple of men, all alone and looking almost annoyed at his presence. When he passed by the front door, Haern crossed his arms and leaned against it. So bored, he sighed. Then he felt the door behind him shudder as if someone was grabbing the iron handles on the other side but not yet pulling. Voices drifted inward. Haern wasted no time. Before the door could creak open, he was already hidden in a shadowy corner. Senkei entered first, and Haern's initial joy at seeing him was tempered by the deep scowl across his face. Kayla followed. There was blood on their clothes, and numerous cuts across their bodies. Haern sank farther into the darkness, watching with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Will entered, an old man held in his arms. It took a moment before Haern realized who it was. Robert Haern, the kindly teacher who had risked his life to help him escape the soldiers. His face was bruised, his hair dirty, but enough of the man remained to clearly identify him. Haern felt an initial inclination to reveal his presence, but he fought it down. They had entered through the front door. No one was permitted to use the front door. "He's still with us?" Kayla asked, gingerly touching a gash on her forehead with her fingertips. "He lives," Will said, "but his sleep is deep." "We'll let friend wake him up," Senkei said as he ducked his head outside, looked about, and then shut the door. "Perhaps during his questioning he'll forget the fact that we walked through the front gate and door with the whole world watching." "The whole world is sleeping," Kayla said, her voice sounding very tired. "No, it's not," Will said. "Not the part that matters to us. But the old man would not make it through the tunnel. Which order do you want to disobey? The ban on the door? Or the command to bring Robert here by morning?" Their voices grew softer as they hurried deeper into the mansion. When they were far enough away, Haern darted after. He stopped for just a moment at his father's study, peering around the corner of a hall. Sneaking in through the door would be tough. He desperately wanted to know what was going on. But whatever the matter, he would probably hear the dreaded, "You're not old enough" speech and then be sent to his room. Decision made, Haern waited until the door closed before he bolted to its side, pressed his ear against a crack by the hinges, and listened. In his dream, he was lively and youthful. Darla was at his side, her thin arms wrapped about his body. He nuzzled his face against her neck, inhaling deeply. Instead of her normal perfume of roses, he smelled blood. Something hard struck his face, and then he opened his eyes. Darla vanished, the arms around him gone too. He was on his knees, stained with blood and filth. Before him, his face an unreadable mask of stone, stood Thren Fellhorn. "Welcome to my home," Thren said, his icy voice robbing any meaning from the greeting. "I trust you'll find it more comfortable than your last abode." "I take whatever comforts are afforded to me," Robert said, dismally wishing he could be back in his dream. He wanted Darla, his beloved wife Darla, not a heartless interrogation. If he only closed his eyes, perhaps she'd be waiting for him, her face shining with light as it had in the prison. Another blow to his face jolted him awake. The giant man towered over him, blood on his knuckles. Robert chuckled. Compared to the pain in his shoulders, the punch was little more than an annoyance. "I know you must be tired," Thren said, walking out from behind the table. A hand on one knee, he knelt before Robert. "Tired, and in pain. I do not wish to add to either, old man, but I will. Tell me, what was your part in all of this?" "My part?" Robert asked. "My part was to hang from chains. What is it you speak of?" Thren narrowed his eyes, but he stayed his hand. "The king dared cross a line he should never cross," he said, his voice quieting. "My son, did you have a hand in my son's capture?" "Capture? So he didn't escape?" Robert let out a sigh. "I'm sorry, Thren. I tried, but he was just a boy, trained, perhaps, but, do you know if he is alive or dead?" Thren only shook his head. "You are fond of this saying yourself, Robert. Do not ask questions you already know the answer to." The old man rubbed his chin, letting his tired, sluggish mind slowly work through the cobwebs. "He died," he said. "If he lived, you would not waste time rescuing me, nor would you wonder what role I played. When the soldiers came, I helped him escape through a window, but they must have surrounded my home too well. Listen to me, Thren. I was no party to his death, but I know of your reputation. If your son is dead, my life is forfeit. I ask you make it quick. I am an old man, and have waited long enough for the mystery of the hereafter." Thren stood, drawing one of his short swords. The sound it made as it cleared its sheath made Robert shiver. The three who had rescued him stepped aside, leaving the matter solely to their guildmaster. "Swear it," Thren said as he pressed the tip of his sword against Robert's neck. "Swear you had no involvement with the king. Speak truth, old man, and go into the afterlife without the weight of lies about your neck." Robert slowly stood to his full height. "Truth or lie, I die the same," he said, and I do not fear the fate your sword promises." Anger flashed across Thren's eyes. His mouth curled downward as his frown deepened. The whole room quieted, the very air thickening with a certainty of impending death. Then the door slammed open, Aaron's angry cry breaking the silence. "He did nothing wrong!" Aaron screamed. "Nothing! Don't you kill him, don't you!" The big man grabbed him by the neck and yanked him away from Robert. Thren watched his son, his visage not changing in the slightest. The tip of his sword still pressed against Robert's neck, but despite it, Robert smiled. "I see the boy lives," he said. The movement rubbed the tip against his flesh, drawing a tiny drop of blood. "I wonder if it is you with the weight of lies around his neck, Thren?" "Do not mock me, old man," Thren said. His voice seemed torn out from a deep cavern, reluctant and heavy. "Kayla told me of Jaren's exit. You spoke with him before the attempt on my son. I want the truth, all of it. Any more lies and I will force the heavens to wait for your arrival while you rot in a cell." Robert glanced at Aaron, who stood with the big man's arms wrapped around his chest. His lip quivered, but he showed no tears, and Robert felt a strange sense of pride. That was a boy worth training, he realized. One who would defy the will of his own father and reveal his own inappropriate spying, all to spare a life he deemed innocent. "Very well," Robert said. "I speak, not to save my own life, but for the sake of the boy's trust. When you first asked me to train Aaron, I meant to say no, but Jaren's spies discovered the proposition and went to the king. They decided I should use the opportunity to learn more about you. All we hear are half-whispers, rumors, and exaggerated tales of your amazing excellence. The chance to learn even a shred of truth about the war being waged outside the castle walls proved too alluring. I had my orders, and that was to train the boy while keeping my eyes and ears open. Jaren, however, seemed to have his own plans. Troops surrounded my home after you left. When I discovered his plan, I struck him with my cane and then released Aaron. After that, I was beaten and taken to the prison, where you later found me. That is my tale. I am an old adviser doing the will of his king, and though you may call me a betrayer to your name, I was betrayed all the same. Do to me what you will." Robert and Thren stared eye to eye, neither flinching. At this point, Robert was too tired to care any more what happened to him. When his role as the king's adviser had ended, he'd thought himself free of the games, the constant backstabbing and rumor-mongering. He just wanted to teach. Was that so horrible? "While in my services, you betrayed information about me and my son," Thren said. "I have killed men for less." The words hung in the air. Robert narrowed his eyes. Something about the way Thren stood, without any anger or fury, hinted at something more. No, the guildmaster looked far too pleased with himself. "However," Thren continued, "you also saved the life of my son, despite knowing the punishment you would receive. So, now I face a dilemma. For anyone who saves the life of my heir, I reward greatly. How do I reward a man whose life is forfeit?" Robert sensed the opening being given and took it. "Let me swear what little remains of my life to you," he said. "I shall be your slave and do whatever tasks you set before me, however difficult or demeaning." "A worthy suggestion," Thren said. "For the sake of my son, I grant your request. You will have food and lodging here in my estate, and you shall train my son when you are not aiding with various duties that Senke will set up for you." Robert bowed low. "Thank you," he said. "Follow me, please," Senke said. "I've got a room near Haern's that should do nicely. Clothing might be a bit rough, but the former occupants left a few extra outfits they couldn't cram into their wagons, so we'll make do. Oh, and we'll get someone to check you over. You took a beating in that prison." "Wait," Thren said. He turned and crossed his arms, facing his son. Haern lowered his head, then quickly raised it as if fighting off his initial fear. "Yes, father?" he asked, his voice just above a whisper. "You spied on our proceedings. It is what you train me for." "You misdirect me with your answer," Thren said, his eyes narrowing. "Trained or not, that does not explain your actions. Why did you listen in? Is it because of Robert? You were with him only a day. He cannot mean enough to risk my wrath." Robert watched, curious that Thren would conduct something so private with others watching. Was he testing Haern? Or perhaps making a show of the fact that no one was immune to punishment, not even his own son? "I want to know," Haern blurted, his voice no longer a whisper. He pressed on, speaking faster and faster as if to outrun his own doubt. "What we do, what we are. I train and train, but I am still treated as a child. I know so little of the city, and if it weren't for Kayla, I'd be in a dungeon. Or dead." "That still does not give you permission to spy on my activities." Robert expected the boy to cower. Thren's fury was like a monster all its own, and against that raised voice even Robert had felt a momentary flinch of panic. But instead, Haern only tilted his head and then spoke so softly. "But spying on you is how I saved your life." The battle-hardened guildmaster was struck by this simple pronouncement. He looked at the young man before him, and he looked lost in a past Robert knew nothing of. The old man looked away, for some reason worried that if Thren should realize he watched, he'd react violently against him. "You're right," Thren said, his fury subsiding. "Just a child you were, yet you killed without hesitation." Thren looked to Robert. "Killed his own brother even. That is the level of his loyalty. That he would remove that brash, unworthy fool so he might become my proper heir. I do not want him coddled. Not any more. When you teach him the truth, no matter how painful." Thren put a hand on his son's shoulder. "Though you disappoint me with your trespass, part of the blame is mine. From now on, you will be at my side at all times. My life is not safe, Haern, as you will soon discover. But know that regardless of the risk, I will bring you with me." "I'm not scared," Haern said. "Even I am sometimes afraid, as will you often be." The boy shook his head. "Scared or not," he said, "I'll never show it." A foolish boast, one Robert had heard 1,000 times. But looking at that child, seeing his resolve and courage, Robert knew without a doubt that he believed him. Chapter 9. The message had come yet again, and this time James Barron was tempted to shout out his Ash Guild's response at the top of his lungs. At least that would get Thren off his ass. Either that, or a dagger stabbed into it, but by this point he might have preferred the brutal attempt of force over the sickeningly sweet diplomacy Thren seemed prone to lately. "Shall we give our usual answer?" asked Veliana, his right-hand man. Although, since she was a woman, he figured he should change her title, but crude amusement kept him from doing so. She was a pretty thing with cream-colored skin, red hair tied in a long ponytail, and dazzling violet eyes. Several daggers were clipped to her belt, her skill with them almost legendary, especially for one her age, and she was rumored to have a bit of magic in her as well. A few had murmured about how the little girl of 18 had slept her way to James's side, but that was all hogwash. Her mind was as sharp as her dagger, frightening in its deadliness. "His plan is suicide," James said, pacing within the warmly lit study. They were holed up in a safe house deep within the slums of Veldaren. Hundreds of families provided ample cover for their coming and going, and a bit of well-placed coin and occasional bread did wonders to ensure those families' discretion. A few hanging bodies had helped as well. "Perhaps such a risk must be taken to end this," Veliana said. "He writes that we are the last holdout. All the other guildmasters have signed on." "That's because he's killed everyone who disagreed," James said, a bitter edge creeping into his voice. "And the rest he cowed with a few subtle threats dripping with poison. He's grown desperate and delusional. Surely you can agree with me on that." Veliana smiled at him, a practiced smile that hid any of her true emotions from James. He felt her watching him as he paced. He also felt every bit of his 40 years graying his hair and wrinkling his face. The Ash Guild was the smallest of all the thieves' guilds, but it was certainly not the weakest. With small size came added secrecy and stealth. They did not need to pad their numbers with riffraff and low-born drunkards who couldn't steal a diaper from a suckling babe. But despite that core strength, they could not challenge the Spider Guild. Not yet. "I'm not sure I can agree," she said, not revealing whether she meant with Thren or with James. "But we've entered the 5th year. We've tried hurting their wealth, and the gods know we have, but it's like bailing water out of a river. It all just runs back. We steal from the trifect, and then our men spend it on wine, food, clothes, and petty trinkets, and who do you think supplies every one of those?" "But all of us?" James asked. "This plan, this assault during the Trifect's Ken's gold, will certainly result in bloodshed, but I fear the bulk of it will be ours, not our enemies. Does Thren really think, with all the thief guilds combining together, that someone won't leak word to the Trifect? His plan requires an almost impossible level of secrecy. One errant word, and we're all hanging from nooses. If we're lucky." "If he's only contacted the guildmasters," Veliana said, "it is possible to keep silence, at least as long as necessary." "And those guildmasters will tell advisors or close friends, just as I have told you. And then they will tell their close friends, and then one of them will leak word to a turncoat for Connington or Keenan, and then we're all fucked." Veliana laughed. "Then tell him no," she said. "Stop asking for delays." "Do that, and I become just another body at Thran's feet," James said. He sounded tired. "I didn't live this long, clawing and climbing my way past friends and enemies, just to watch it all vanish in smoke and ash." "Ash is what we are," Veliana said, tossing the note from Thren Fellhorn into the fireplace and watching it be consumed. "And ash is what Veldaren will be soon. Do what you think is best, regardless of whether I agree or not, but at least make sure you do something. Waiting for Thren or the Trifect to act will get us killed." "You're right," James said after a length. "Either we aid him or stop him. He is either friend or enemy. The question is, can we afford Thren as anything other than a friend?" "That," Veliana said, "is a very dangerous question. And worse is the answer. Thren doesn't have friends, James. He only has men he hasn't yet sacrificed." Her guildmaster let out a sigh. "Then we stand firm, regardless of the wrath Thren brings down on us. he said. Hopefully, his plan erupts in his face, freeing all of Veldaren from the bastard's presence. But what do we do until the Ken's gold? Veliana smiled at him. What we've always done, she said. Whatever is necessary to survive. Gerend wound his way through the halls of the castle with an expertise acquired over 15 years of serving the Valar family. Servants scuffled past him, and he listed off their names silently. Every new scullery maid and errand boy had to be vetted by Gerend personally. If something seemed the least bit off, he sent them away. Ever since the Thief War had begun, King Edwin Valar had feared poison, a death that could come from even the youngest of hands. Personally, Gerend found the whole ordeal exhausting. Edwin jumped at shadows, and it was Gerend's duty to hunt them down. It never mattered that he always revealed dust gremlins and empty corners. The monsters would come back, acid dripping down their chins and dried blood on their dagger-like claws. The bruise on Gerend's forehead pulsed with every beat of his heart. He touched it gingerly, wishing Edwin had listened to his advice and outright killed Robert Haern instead of imprisoning him. The Fellhorn whelp had escaped because of the meddlesome old man. But Edwin's spine seemed more akin to fat than bone, and he had been unable to execute his former teacher no matter how estranged they might have become. Still, Gerend would find ways to punish Robert for the blow his cane had struck him. He'd never say so, but Gerend felt the castle was his, not Edwin's, and he would command its workers and soldiers right underneath the king's nose if he must. Up the circling stairs of the southwest tower he climbed, ignoring the creaking of his knees. The night was dark, and although the lower portions of the castle were alive with men cutting meat and women tossing flour and rolling dough, the upper portions were blessedly deserted. At the very top of the stairs, Gerend paused to catch his breath. He leaned before a thick wooden door bolted from the outside. Tired, he lifted the latch and flung it open. Inside had once been a spy tower, but the strange contraption of mirrors and glass was long broken and had been removed. The room had briefly been a prison cell, but over the past 10 years it had fallen into disuse. Waiting inside was a wiry little man wrapped in a brown cloak. "You're late," the man said, speaking with inhalations of air instead of exhalations, which gave him an ill, out-of-breath sound. Gerend shook his head, baffled as to how his contact always made it up the tall tower without being spotted. Unless he had the hands of a spider, he surely could not climb the outer wall. No matter how, every fourth day at an hour before dawn, Gelaeus the Worm waited for Gerend in the cramped room, always smiling, always unarmed. "Matters have gotten worse," Gerend said, rubbing the bruise on his forehead without realizing it. "Ever since our involvement with Aaron Fellhorn, King Valar has grown even more fearful of his food and drink. He has suggested rotating his cooks and keeping them under watch at all times. I've told him a food taster would be a much simpler answer, but for a cowardly son of a bitch, he can be so stubborn." The advisor realized just how out of place his speech was and halted. He glared at Gelaeus, his warning clear, but the worm only laughed. Even his laugh sounded sickly and false. "As amusing as informing the king of your candid talk would be, I'd only earn myself a noose for the trouble," Gelaeus said. "I'm sure you'd hang just as well as any other man," Gerend said. "Worms pop in half when squeezed tight enough. I wonder if you'd do the same." "Let us pray we never find out," Gelaeus said. "And after what I come to tell you, you may discover my presence easier to bear." Gerend doubted that. The worm was aptly named, for his face had a conical look to it, with his nose and eyes scrunched inward toward his mouth. His hair was the color of dirt, another detail that helped enforce the adopted name. Haern didn't know if Gelais had come up with the title or if some other man had years prior. It didn't matter much to Haern. All he wanted was information worth the coin and the trek up the stairs. Most often it was not, but every now and then. The gleam in Gelais' eyes showed that perhaps this was one of those times. "Tell me what you know, and quickly, otherwise Edwin will soon believe me to be one of his lurking phantoms." The worm tapped his fingers together, and Haern did his best to suppress a shudder. For whatever vile reason, the man had no fingernails. "My ears are often full of mud," the ugly man began, but sometimes I hear so clearly, I might believe myself an elf." "No elf could be so ugly," Haern said. Gelais laughed, but there was danger in it, and the advisor knew he should choose his words more carefully. In those cramped quarters, and lacking any weapons or guards, the worm had more than enough skill to end his life. "True, no elf so ugly. But at least I am not as ugly as an orc, yes? Always a light of hope, if you know where to look. And I pride myself in looking, always looking. And I listen too, and what I hear is that Thren Fellhorn has a plan in motion to end his war with the Trifect." "I'm sure it's not his first, either." "Why should I care about his scheming?" "Because this plan has been sent to the other guildmasters, and all but one have agreed." Haern raised an eyebrow. To have so many guilds agree meant this was not some far-fetched fantasy of Thren's, but something significant. "Tell me the plan," he ordered. The worm blinked and waved his finger. "Coin fast." The advisor tossed him a bag from his pocket. "There, now speak." "You command me like I am a dog," Gelais said. "But I am a worm, not a dog. Remember, I will not speak, I will tell." And tell he did. When he was finished, Haern felt his chest tighten. His mind raced. The plan was deceptively simple, and a bit more brutish than Thren most likely preferred, but the potential was there. Potential for both sides to exploit. Only if the worm speaks truth, he realized. But if he does, come the Kensgold, we might finally end all of this. "If what you speak of comes to pass," he said, "then I will reward you 100-fold. Tell no one else." "My ears and mouth are yours alone," Gelais said. Haern didn't believe it for a second. He left the room and shut the door behind him, for Gelais demanded secrecy for his departure, just as he did for his arrival. His head leaning against the splintered wood of the door, Haern allowed himself to smile. "You finally erred," he said, his smile growing. "About bloody time, Thren. Your war is done. Done!" He hurried down the steps, a plan already forming in his mind. Veliana waited in the corner of the tavern, a small place frequented more by soldiers than by rogues of the Undercity. Her beauty was enough to keep her welcome, and her coin smoothed things over with those who still persisted in questioning. If she ever wanted something done without the denizens of the night knowing, she arranged for it in that tavern. The door opened, and in walked Gelais the worm. He saw her at her regular seat and smiled his ugly smile.
You are as beautiful as you are intelligent, he said as he took a seat. Then you must think me a horrible sight, she replied. Gelaius scoffed. Forget it, she said. Tell me, did he believe you? The worm grinned, revealing his black, rotting teeth. Every word, he said. Chapter 10. The temple to Carrick was a most impressive structure cut from black marble and lined with pillars. A roaring lion skull hung above the doorway. The priests within were quiet, subdued men wearing black robes and with their long hair pulled tight behind their heads. They wielded powerful cleric magic, and had done all in their power to further the cause of their dark god of order. They played no part in the policy of the king, not officially, but Maynard Gemcroft knew that the priests had informed the royal crown of the dangers involved in exposing their presence to the city. If war was ever waged between the priests of Ashur and Carrick, the streets would soon be cluttered with the dead. Maynard Gemcroft, in disguise and escorted by two of his most trusted guards, arrived at a building that looked nothing like the temple. Instead, it looked like a large, though plain, mansion, with hardly a light lit within. "I see you for the truth you are," Maynard said, putting his hand upon the gate, and then the image changed, the vision broken to reveal the temple in all its ominous glory. When he lifted his hand, the gate opened, and inside they went. "Pelarak will see you shortly, Maynard," one of the younger priests said to them as he opened the double doors leading into the temple. Maynard did not respond. A bit of annoyance at not being called Lord in such a formal setting rumbled in his chest, but Pelarak had explained long ago that the priests would refer to no one as Lord other than Carrick. The hour was late, but inside the temple, routines went on as if it were midday. Younger men, boys, really, traveled from corner to corner, lighting candles with thin, long punks. Purple curtains were draped across hidden windows. Following their guide, Maynard and his guards stepped into the great congregation room. Maynard had never considered himself a religious man, but the statue of Carrick always made a deeply buried part of his mind wonder if he was in error. Chiseled in ancient stone, the statue towered over those bowed before it. Its image was of a beautiful man with long hair, battle-scarred armor, and blood-soaked greaves. The idol held a serrated sword in one hand, the other clenched into a fist that shook toward the heavens. Twin altars churned violet flame at his feet, yet they produced no smoke. Many men knelt at the foot of the purple flames, crying out heartfelt prayers for forgiveness. At any other time, Maynard would have found the noise annoying and somewhat embarrassing to the wailer, but before that statue it seemed perfectly natural. In awe as he was glad when Pelarak approached from the middle aisle and shook his hand. With his attention diverted, the statue seemed to lose a bit of its power. "Welcome, friend," Pelarak said, smiling. "After last night, it is good to hear you call me friend," Maynard said. He didn't know what to make of Pelarak's puzzled expression. Perhaps it was an act, but he didn't think so. If he was right, then everything he'd hoped for was true. The actions of the faceless women were unknown to Pelarak. Surprise is on my side, Maynard thought. I had best use it wisely. "I'm not sure what else you would be," Pelarak said as he led them off to the side of the aisles where his own private room was attached. "If anyone should be worried about our loss of friendship, I should think it us. A man's heart and his gold sleep in the same bed, and the Gemcroft estate has been very, heartless in recent years." The rebuke stung.
But Maynard kept his tongue in check. Let Pellerak think he was in control. When the truth of his minions came to light, those stings would be forgotten. "Times are harsh," he said. "Trust me, when the rogues are defeated, your coffers will be filled with the gold no longer needed to fill the pockets of mercenaries and sellswords." Pellerak shut the door. Maynard's 2 guards remained outside. The room was small and sparsely furnished. Maynard sat in a small, unpadded chair while Pellerak crossed his arms and stood beside his bed. "You speak truth, Maynard, but you did not come here wearing that amusing wig and beard to talk to me about tithes. What is the matter, and why do you worry about Karak's friendship?" That was it. No dancing around the matter, no more stalling. Maynard let the truth be known while he carefully watched the high priest's reaction. "Last night, 3 of your faceless women assaulted my mansion and kidnapped my daughter." Maynard was in no way prepared for the cold anger that flooded Pellerak's eyes. "I would ask if you were certain, but of course you are," the priest said. "You would not be here if you were not. Women of darkness and shadow, their bodies wrapped in purple and black. Who else could they be?" Maynard felt a bit of fear bubble up in his throat, seeing how tightly the priest clenched his fists. So much for thinking he was in control, the one with all the surprises. In truth, he knew very little about the faceless women other than that they existed, and that they were deadly. He had never actually sought their aid, and knew of no one else who had. "Did you know of their involvement?" Maynard asked. "No, of course not," Pellerak said. His normally smooth voice was sharp and abrupt. "They are whores and adulteresses, slaves to their sex and disobedient to Karak's commands. They live their lives outside the temple to atone for their sins. I had thought my command to remain neutral in your troublesome war sufficient, but perhaps I should have tattooed it into their flesh instead of merely asking." "I lost several guards," Maynard said. "And my daughter, Pellerak! My daughter!" Pellerak sat down atop his bed and rubbed his chin. His eyes seemed to clear, as if the clouds had parted in his mind. "You know who did this," the priest said. "I believe I do." "Then who?" "The Culls," Maynard said. "I have reason to believe it was the Culls." "Forgive me, but I am not familiar with the name," Pellerak said. "Are they a lesser family of Veldaren?" "They don't live in the city," Maynard explained, "and lesser doesn't describe what they are. Theo Cull is the head tax collector at River Run. He does all but steal from the boats traveling down the Queln River to the Lost Coast. I control much of the lands there, and it's been a point of contention between us who I pay taxes to. By paying here in Veldaren, I avoid the triple amount he takes in River Run. He knows the courts are no friend of his, at least not the ones that matter." "How does your daughter come into play?" Pellerak asked. "A few months back, Theo sent in some of his mercenaries to claim all my assets in River Run to pay my supposed debt. I have my own mercenaries, however, and they are of far greater skill and number. The Culls wanted my large stretches of bountiful land around the city, plus my stores of valuables. They can't get to them, not with my guards. But if those guards were suddenly sworn to my daughter Alisa instead of myself—" The priest made the connection. "They hope to use her to supplant you, and when that happens, through debt or loyalty, obtain what they desire in River Run." "Those are my thoughts," Maynard said. "And not just River Run. What if they want everything I've built, every scrap of coin I've earned over my lifetime? I've thwarted them twice now, though with the Faceless aiding them, I don't know how much longer I may last." Pellerak resumed his pacing. His fingers tapped against his thin lips. "I do not know why the Faceless women might have chosen to aid Theo Cull in this matter.
though I suspect the land near Riverrun may be the reason. Regardless, I will punish them accordingly. Fear not. The hand of Karak has not turned against you and the Trifect. Not good enough, Maynard said, standing to his full height. He was a good foot taller than the priest, and he frowned down at him with an outward strength he struggled to match in his heart. You have stayed neutral for far too long. Not once have I heard a valid explanation for doing so. These thieves are a danger to this city, and they represent the total opposite of the order Karak claims to love. You speak of Karak as if you were intimate with his desires, Pellerak said. You demand our allegiance to your war. What do we stand to gain, Maynard? Will you offer us tithes, making us no better than the mercenary dogs you employ? If you will not see reason, said Maynard, then perhaps self-preservation will suffice. He pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Maynard felt his heart pounding in his ears, but he would not let such a cowardly sign show. This was it. He had crossed a bridge, and that letter was the torch to set it aflame. That letter is to be read aloud 7 times a day to the people of Veldaren upon my death, Maynard said, and it matters not how I die, by poison, blade, cull, or carrack. You would announce our existence to the people, Pellerak said as his eyes finished skimming over the words. You would blame their troubles on us? To force our obedience, you threaten to tell lies and half-truths to the city. We fear no mob. You should, Maynard said. My people will be among them, and I assure you they are excellent at inciting violence. Once people die, the king will be forced to send his soldiers. Tell me, how does one win over a city after slaughtering its people and its gods? Even better, how does one preach to a city after one's death? Pellerak stopped his pacing and focused his eyes on Maynard's face with a frightening intensity. His old voice was deep and firm as a buried stone. Every action has its cost, the priest said. Are you prepared to pay? When his patience ends, every man is willing to pay a little bit more, Maynard said as he opened the door to leave. My patience ended years ago. This war must end. Karak will help us end it. I'll await your answer a week from now. I pray you make the right decision. Perhaps you're right, Maynard heard the priest say just before he closed the door. Perhaps we have remained neutral for far too long. And then the door closed, and without another word being spoken to him, Maynard was led out of the temple, out of its grounds, and back to his home, left with nothing but guesses as to what the cunning priest planned. Chapter 11. Two of the men jumped as Veliana kicked open the door to the small room, abandoning their dice and reaching for their blades. But Kadish Vel slapped an open palm atop the table to stop them. No bloodshed, the man said. Put your swords away. Veliana did not come here to slit our throats. He saw the rage burning in her eyes and thought perhaps he was wrong, but he would not admit so openly. His thugs sat down, their hands lingering on their hilts. Veliana remained standing, though she at least had the decency to close the door behind her before she continued talking. Behind her were the people drinking and eating in the tavern, and far too many were staring. "What game do you play, Hawk?" she asked him. Kadish Vel, master of the Hawk Guild, smiled at the question. It was no secret he liked games. He would let the puppet of the Ash Guild explain further lest he reveal more than she already knew.
When he smiled, his teeth flashed red in the dim light. His underlings claimed it was from the blood of women he dined upon in the waning hours, a rumor he himself had started. In truth, it was because of his love of chewing crimleaf, an expensive habit few could indulge as much as he did. "I play many games," Kadish said, winking. Veliana slammed a fist atop his table, scattering dice to the floor. He ignored the outburst. "You seem distraught. Did you lose this mysterious game you are referring to? I don't remember playing with you, and I must say it sounds like something I won't remember." Veliana glared, making Kadish only smile all the wider. He adjusted the eye patch he wore over his right eye. In truth, he could see just fine, but he liked the way it made him look. Let the other guildmasters try to be stealthy and secretive. Kadish preferred to be well-known and liked. It helped with the survival rate. "Enough!" Veliana shouted. "Why are your men pushing into our territory? You know damn well everything south of Iron Road is ours, yet for the past week I keep finding your bird's eye scrawled over our territory markings." "You know the manner of guilds," Kadish said, waving a dismissive hand. "The strong take from the weak. If you are so worried about lost homes and bazaars, then do your job. Defend them." "Not here," he added when he saw her reach for her daggers. "But you're not stronger," Veliana said. "If war breaks out between us, we will bury you in days. Pull back, now, or you'll suffer our wrath, you spineless little shit." If Veliana expected the insult to rankle him, she was wrong. Kadish let out a laugh, feeling amused all the way down to his leather boots. "Do you really think me so blind?" he asked. "Yes, open warfare between our guilds would devastate us. James is so good at recruiting after all. I mean, he got you, didn't he? Perhaps even into his bed. But it's time you and all of your pathetic Ash Guild realize what world we live in, instead of you making threats and demands. How about I ask some questions, and you give me some answers? Just a yes or no will do. The serpents. Have they also taken some of your territory? And everything along the eastern wall? Does the symbol of the wolf begin to cover your ash?" "It's all just a farce," Veliana said, her voice calming. A deadly seriousness had replaced her anger. "Take our territory, all of you, it doesn't matter. Soon all symbols will be the spider. You know that, don't you?" "You know nothing," Kadish said, scratching the skin below his eye patch. "And you can't see the future. I, however, am smart enough to view the present. As long as you hold out on Friend and his spider guild, you are lost. We've accepted his plan, and will move the moment the Ken's Gold arrives." Veliana could have screamed. The Ken's Gold was a gathering held every 2 to 4 years by the Trifect, a massive collection of merchants, servants, family members, and every low-born fool with a scrap of coin wanting to partake in the egotistical showing of power and influence. There was food, ale, and enough mercenaries to overthrow a kingdom. "We can't attack during their Ken's Gold," Veliana insisted. "How can all of you not see that? We're not an army, no matter how much Thren wants to pretend otherwise." "And you're not in a position to lecture anyone," Kadish said. "If you're not with us, well, then you're just a corpse waiting to be picked clean. We'll take your members, your streets, and if we must, your lives. We all want this war to end. Tell James we will not suffer him and his guild to keep us from that finality. Tell him, if he wants to have a guild at the end of the month, pledge his men to Thren Fellhorn." "You know," said one of the men beside Kadish, an ugly brute with scarred lips and a missing ear,
Perhaps James might be more willing if we had his pretty lady here for ransom.
This time Veliana did draw her daggers, but Kadish stood and glared at his men. "This meeting is done," he said to them. "We would not debase ourselves with such talk. The Ash Guild will see wisdom, I'm sure of it. Good day, Veliana." The woman spun and left, slamming the door behind her. When she was gone, Kadish rubbed his chin as his underlings snickered and made lewd comments. His mind raced through possibilities. If Veliana was so worked up that she'd storm into one of his own taverns to make empty threats, then panic was spreading through the upper ranks of the Ash Guild, if not to James himself. "They're vulnerable," he said. "Rasta, take a few of your boys and have them scour the Ash Guild streets. Find out just how badly they've been pressed, and which guilds are taking what." "Planning something big?" the earless man asked. "Keep your mouths shut for now," Kadish said. "But if James has lost more than we anticipated, perhaps it would be better to remove them entirely instead of waiting for them to finally bend the knee to Thren. Keep your numbers small, and move quickly. Even beaten and outnumbered, James is a dangerous foe. If we're to gamble with our lives, I prefer the odds stacked firmly in our favor." Rasta stood and left while the earless brute recovered the dice from the floor, shook them in his hands, and rolled. Haern leaned against the wall to the open training room, holding back a wince of pain. His shoulder throbbed where Senkei had struck him. Ever since the meeting the week before, and Thren's promise to include him in all things, his father had made him spend hours training each day. Senkei was his trainer, the wiry rogue second only to Thren in skill with a blade. "If you'd stop making mistakes, you wouldn't hurt so much," Senkei said, pacing before him. "To your feet. It's time to dance." Haern pushed himself off the wall, knowing Senkei would continue whether he was ready or not. For hours they'd danced, blunted practice swords whirling and clanging as they parried, riposted, and blocked. Of all his teachers of combat, Senkei was by far the best, as well as the most enjoyable to be with. He laughed, he joked, he said things about women that made Haern blush. When it came to swordplay, though, he took the dance seriously. The joy would fade from his eyes like a fire buried in dirt. After an error, he'd explain to Haern what he'd done wrong. Should he react too slowly, or too foolishly, that'd be corrected as well. Sometimes he explained in great detail what to do and when. Most often, though, he smacked Haern with his sword and let the pain do the teaching. This practice was particularly brutal. Senkei wanted to hone Haern's dodging ability. Denying him the ability to use his sword in defense, or to strike back, Senkei swung and stabbed with incredible speed. The problem was that Haern's initial reaction was always to block or parry, not dodge. Other teachers might have taken away his sword, but Senkei would have none of it. "You'll learn to control your instincts, otherwise they'll control you," the man said. Again and again the sword cracked against his shoulders, his head, and his hands. Whenever he tried to raise his sword, Senkei's other blade would shoot out, parry it away, and then slap him across the face. At last, when both were exhausted and dripping with sweat, Senkei called the training done. "You're getting better," the man said. "I know it's tempting to show off how good you are at positioning your blades, but sometimes, especially with stronger opponents, it is best to just get out of the way. Once you're reacting quicker, we'll work on integrating those dodges into your normal defensive patterns." And with that, Haern was dismissed. His teacher gone, he rubbed his shoulder, part of him wanting to ask a servant to massage it for him. But massages meant pain, and pain meant failure, at least when it came to training with Senkei. After all, if he would just dodge like he was supposed to, he'd not have a bruise on him. So he put it out of his mind as best he could, wiped more sweat from his face onto his sleeve, and hurried down the hall of the mansion. He did not skulk, and he did not try to hide. This time he had a specific place he wanted to go, and without bothering to knock upon arriving, he stepped into Robert Haern's room. The furnishings were few but expensive. The chairs were padded and comfortable, the walls painted a soft red, and the carpet a luxurious green. Robert sat on the bed, piles of books on either side of him. Aaron wondered how he could possibly sleep on it, then wondered if the old man even slept in the first place. "You're here," Robert said, smiling when he looked up. "I had begun to worry that Senke would knock all reason and wisdom out of you." "My ears are clogged," Aaron said. "The wisdom stays in." The old man chuckled. "Good for you, then. Sit. We have old matters to attend to." Aaron sat down, wondering what he could mean. Over the past week, Robert had gone to great lengths describing the various guilds and their guild masters. He'd gone beyond recent times and into the past, beating into Aaron's head why their colors were what they were, why each symbol had been chosen, what the symbols looked like, how they were drawn, and every other possible fact that seemed totally irrelevant. No matter how obscure it was, Robert would frown deeply and reprimand whenever Aaron missed an answer. "In the darkness I might have taken away a light," Robert had said that very first day they resumed tutoring sessions. "But here I have nothing to take from you. So instead I do this. For every error you make, I will treat you like a child. I will tell you tales instead of truth. I will dismiss your questions like foolish inquiry, instead discussing matters that only a boy would be interested in." The threat had worked. "What old matters?" Aaron asked as he sat cross-legged on the carpet. "Do you remember that first day? I was to have an answer from you, but forgot after my, brief stay in the dungeons. I asked you why the Trifect would declare war on your father after he had built up an alliance of guilds over the course of 3 years. Do you have an answer?" Aaron had not given the matter much thought. He went with his initial guess, hoping it would be right. Robert always insisted that Aaron would know the answer to all questions he asked, and no other answer seemed to pop out at him. "Thren became too powerful," Aaron said. "He was stealing too much gold, so the Trifect forced this war with him and the guilds." Robert chuckled. "A child's answer," he said, "coupled with a child's trust in his father. You couldn't be more wrong, boy. Perhaps we should read the story about Parson and the Lion instead of discussing such adult matters." "Wait," Aaron said, his voice rising above a whisper. Robert seemed to notice, and he looked pleased. "Do you have a better answer?" he asked, "since your first one was so embarrassingly wrong?" Aaron's mind raced. He had to figure it out. Anything was better than the fairy tales. "Thren didn't grow too strong," he ventured, each sentence coming out as if stepping on ice to test its strength. "If he had, then the Trifect wouldn't have openly opposed him. The Trifect weighs all options, and this war has cost them greatly. Thren would not have stolen as much in 20 years as they have spent in the past 5. "Now you're making sense," Robert said. "The Trifect does not take on strong foes. They weaken them, poison their insides, and rot their hearts. Once their target is desperate and fearful, then they strike." "But the Trifect forced this war," Aaron said. He rubbed his thumbs together as if trying to coax the truth out from an invisible coin. "And my father is not weak. Not then, and not now." The Trifect acted outside their normal behavior. Did they really? You say Thren was not weak. How do you know? Haern paused, and his head leaned back a little as if he had smelled a bad smell. How could he be weak? Haern asked. We've survived against the Trifect. We've killed many of them and thwarted every attempt to defeat us. Not every attempt, Robert said. Must I get out the children's rhymes? Your father has suffered many casualties, and his coffers are near empty. This war taxes both sides. Never think you are invincible and your opponent a whipping boy. Rarely do matters work out that simply. Still, my father was not weak. You are wrong, Robert insisted. Even a weak Threnfell can withstand for many years. That is irrelevant. Have you ever heard that sometimes the appearance of weakness is just as dangerous as true weakness? Haern nodded. He had heard such a sentiment before. Then consider this. 5 years ago, your father was consolidating power, but then other guilds broke away from him. Too many wanted control, and Thren's reputation was not yet established, though he built much of it during that time, brick by brick, with the blood of his would-be assassins. He paused, and Haern sensed the unasked question. With the information given, he should be able to piece together the rest. He thought, his fingers pressed against his lips. He puzzled it over, and Robert did not hurry him. The Trifect realized how dangerous he was, Haern said at last. They knew he would eventually succeed in uniting the guilds against them. So when they saw the infighting, they tried to kill him. Exactly, Robert said. A bit of a smile touched his face. They saw Thren's power as brittle and tried to smash it with a hammer. They did as they always did, Haern, by striking when their opponent was weakest. But they erred, for your father erred. One of the few times in his life, but also the greatest. Just before the war between the Trifect and the Underworld began, a weak guild, the Mantis Guild, tried breaking away. Instead of crushing that rebellion, your father let it last for several months. Why would he do that? Haern asked. I should ask you, Robert said. You should know. Again, Haern puzzled it over. He thought of Senke and of all the times he had let Haern nearly score a blow or let a slash slip through his defenses, only for it to fall just short. Father wanted to teach the guild a lesson, he ventured. A wise guess, Robert said, but still wrong. Try again, and remember my words. He replayed the conversation again and again, and then the words struck. Sometimes the appearance of weakness is just as dangerous as true weakness. He was plotting against the Trifect, Haern said, his whole face flushed with pride at discovering the reason. The Trifect would not suspect my father of doing anything drastic until the rebellion was finished. Quite right, Robert said. That was when the Trifect struck, Haern continued. They thought him weak, his alliance breaking, and so they sent in their mercenaries. Your father wanted to solidify power in secret, Robert said. He used that rebellion to hide his strength, to make him seem weak, all so he might surprise the Trifect when he unleashed his collected power upon them. Every time someone rebelled before, Thren crushed them with brutal efficiency, but not the Mantises. That semblance of weakness unraveled all of his plans. If the Trifect had correctly gauged his strength, they would have bartered for peace and waited until Thren reached an age where he was too old to keep the rest in line. Instead, they sent their mercenaries into the streets, killing thieves in their guild houses. When your father tried for peace, it was too late. The Trifect had tasted blood and victory, and they set up a trap instead. Leon Connington nearly stabbed your father to death when Thren visited him in his mansion, and Maynard Gemcroft had his archers fire from their windows upon another of the Spider Guild's men sent to broker peace. That betrayal left your father in a hopeless position. Either he dies, or the 3 leaders of the Trifect die. Robert pointed at a few books outside his reach, and Aaron fetched them. The old man opened them, his eyes not scanning the pages. It was as if the act gave him comfort. The city needs this fighting to end. The few who have remained neutral, like the king and the priests of Carrick and Asher, will one day take a side to end the bloodshed. Your father is too strong, Aaron. He should have lost years ago. The guilds would have fractured, some great men would have died, and then the petty theft and trade of vice and flesh would have resumed as always. But not now. Each side has lost too much. They're like 2 stags staring eye to eye. The first one to blink loses. "Is this your advice to my son?" Thren asked from the doorway. Neither had heard his approach, nor his opening of the door. His arms were crossed, and his face a mask. "My strength is a weakness. My war a mistake?" Aaron fought an impulse to back away as if caught doing something wrong. Instead, he bowed his head respectfully to both his father and his teacher. "Robert speaks the truth as he knows it," Aaron said. "I need his honesty, not stories lying about the Trifect's power and twisting blame to where it does not belong." Thren nodded, clearly pleased. "Teach truthfully," he told Robert. "Never lie to my son. He is old enough for every truth, no matter how harsh. And he was right, Aaron. I was a fool. I let the Mantis Guild survive. I let an enemy live when I should have ended their existence. Sometimes even the most clever man can outsmart himself. You don't build an elaborate maze to kill a roach. You crush it with your heel. Now prepare your things. I go to a man who has lied to me and want you at my side. There are lessons that one does not learn from books and study." Aaron did not ask where they were going, though he very much wanted to. The boy knew his father would tell him when he was ready, no sooner and no later. They both wore the gray cloaks of their guild. Much of Aaron's outfit was new, from the soft black leather of his boots to the faded trousers and the thick gray tunic. He was most proud of the sword that swung from his hip, a thin rapier shortened to match his height. "Say nothing, not even if you are directly addressed," Thren said as he led them through the dark streets. Morning was fast approaching, but until then the city would be still empty and quiet. The few men about them had their own business to attend to and hide, so the father and son were left alone to wander. "What if you demand I speak?" Aaron asked. Thren glanced back at him, looking bewildered. "Why would I?" he asked. Haern nodded, his face flushed red. They continued down the streets, which Thren named off as they passed, as well as what guild lay claim to them. "Our territory is never something to give up lightly," Thren told him. "Every home, every run-down business brings us profit. The businesses pay us protection money, so we will not rob their stores. The street women give us coin for the privilege of using our streets. The people buy our drugs, supply us with recruits, and provide simple prey for our younger members in training. Every thief guild in Veldaren is trying to build an empire, and the one thing an empire needs more than anything else is land. You talk as if we're at war with the other guilds. I thought the Trifect was our enemy. Thren crossed his arms, his look hardening. In time, we'll crush the leaders of the Trifect. We'll scatter their wealth to the four winds, and a dozen other lords and ladies will scramble like dogs to pick up the pieces. In that chaos, there will be so much for us to take, so much profit to be made. Aaron, who do you think will be competing with us for that wealth? Aaron looked away, embarrassed. The other guilds. That's right, my son. They are not our friends. No thief guild, not the Hawks, the Ash, the Serpents, the Wolves. Not a one is to be trusted. They are allies now, united only by a common foe. When that foe dies, every truce is broken. A new war will be upon us, and it will be one we must win, no different from the one we face now. Never stop looking to the future, nor forget the past. The other guilds were our enemies. They will be our enemies again. They continued as the moon faded, the morning sun fast approaching. Before a large building marked with a sign painted entirely red, Thren paused and put a hand on Aaron's shoulder. We approach a brothel. Do you know what is done there? When he nodded, a small frown tugged at the corner of Thren's mouth. I'll assume Senke is to blame. Remember, women are a weakness to you. I want you pure, Aaron. I want you perfect. No strong drink will touch your lips. No womanly flesh will your hands caress. No priest will sway your heart. Power is all that matters. Power and the skill to keep it. You have so much to learn, but once you are older, you will learn directly from me. Men fear my name, Aaron, but they will fear yours 100 times more. With morning close, the brothel was mostly empty. The women had slipped into more comfortable clothing. No men lingered drinking or chatting with the women before heading up to the more comfortable private rooms. The few who did remain were fast asleep. When the sun rose over the walls of the city, the ladies would prod them awake and usher them home to their wives, children, or professions. "Welcome, friend," said a middle-aged woman with flaming red hair and matching lipstick. "You have not graced us with your presence in far too long." When she noticed Aaron, she smiled. "Is this the young Veldaren? He looks so much like his father, he does. You brought him to the right place, friend. I have some younger girls, and they know how to be gentle, so that—" Enough! His words struck her like a slap. Her lips closed, and the joy left her eyes, replaced with a cool, calculated gaze. "Very well. Why are you here?" Thren pointedly ignored her. He glanced at his son to ensure he had his attention and then began lecturing. "This is Red. She is in charge of the women here. It helps to have a woman deal with the younger girls. Plus her experience makes sure that they know how to do their jobs properly. Every brothel has someone like her. They are never fools, and they are always dangerous. They hear more than anyone else in this city. Men are stupid when in bed." "Sometimes out of bed, too," Red said. Thren flashed her a dangerous smile. "Where is Billy Price?" he asked. Red gestured toward a flight of stairs leading to an enclosed balcony. "Leave your swords here," she said. "You don't need them if you're on business." That dangerous smile on Thren's face never changed. "You are not one to give orders to me," he said, "and death by the sword is always my business." Aaron was surprised by how calm Red remained before such a glare. He decided she must be threatened often to be so calm. Either that, or she held very little regard for her life. "Upstairs, then," she said.
You may keep your blades if you insist. I only repeat what Billy tells me. You should know that.
Thren dismissed Red as if she were a servant or a slave, then went up the stairs. Aaron followed. Billy was a fat man, astonishingly so for how short he was. When the Fellhorns entered, the man stood, his gut swishing like it was made of curdled milk. His hair was cut short at the ears and dyed a pale brown. When he smiled, his two missing teeth made him look like a gaping schoolchild. Aaron wondered how such a fat, ugly man like that could run a brothel. If his father had not forbidden speaking, he would have asked.
"Welcome, welcome,"
Billy said, clapping his hands as if excited. He had been seated in a chair woefully small for his body. Behind him was a thick, ornate railing, and beyond that a spectacular view of the city.
"So good of you to join me in my humble establishment. The bloodshot rarely gets company of your esteem, my great and powerful master of guilds."
The compliments flowed like honey from his tongue and sounded as natural as running water. Aaron felt like part of his question had been answered. "We come on business," Thren said, his hands resting on the hilts of his swords. He leaned forward just enough that the sides of his cloak hid the movements of his hands.
"Yes, of course. Why else would such a noble man bother yourself with scum such as I? Why else would you dirty your hands with the doorknob of my wretched abode? Sit, please. I will not have you stand. Your son as well."
Thren remained standing, but he nodded at Aaron, who obediently sat down. "I have looked over your books," Thren said. His face was a cold mask. "Something is odd about them, Billy. Perhaps you know what."
"Odd?"
Billy said. His smile was grand, and he wasn't even sweating, impressive for a man his size. Aaron watched him for all the signs of guilt he had been taught to look for. So far he saw none.
"Of course, things should be a little odd," the fat man continued. "I run an odd place where men ask for odd things, gross things I wouldn't dare discuss in front of your boy. But my payments are in full. I dare not cheat, not when dealing with a man as frightening as you."
"It is your coin that intrigues me," Thren said, "and how much you have paid."
"What could possibly be the matter?"
Billy asked.
"At the risk of sounding proud, I pay more than any other brothel in this city. I know, for I hear the other owners whining, but I smile and think that I spend my money well for Thren's protection."
"That is exactly the matter," Thren said. Aaron saw a tiny twitch at the right corner of Billy's mouth. His father had finally struck a chord.
"How is that the matter?"
Billy asked. "I've compared your coin to that of the other brothels under my protection, as well as spoken with those whining owners who pay the hawks or the ash. So tell me, Billy, how does a pathetic little brothel like the Bloodshot manage to outperform much grander places like the Silk or the Dandycushion? Your women are no prettier, your beds certainly not cleaner. Tell me, do you have an answer?" A drop of sweat. Aaron grinned. Billy had no answer to the question. Before he could begin a wave of groveling and worship, Thren held up a hand and continued talking. "For the past week I have had your building under watch. Most brothels have their men come to them, but you send out your girls to other places, drab places owned by men of no worth. But the men who own those places, or have loaned money to them—" Aaron tried to make the connection. He had an idea what his father was getting at, but something was missing. some peace. Billy, however, clearly knew what the matter was. Haern saw him grab at a dagger strapped to his belt, then stop. He must have decided, wisely, not to fight if things turned ill. He did not look like a man who could last long in a fight. "I strictly forbid selling whores to the Trifect," said Thren, an icy edge to his voice. "All the other guilds have agreed, and you were no different. While the others suffer, you somehow thrive." "I charged any member of the Trifect triple," Billy said. All false affection and worship were gone. He was pleading now. "I'm practically stealing from them. All that money I send to you, to help you. Gold spent on my gals is gold not spent on swords." Not even Haern saw the next movement coming. Thren's hand caught Billy by his fat throat and flung him back. He slammed into the railing, which groaned in protest. A kick knocked him to one knee. Before he could cry out, the blade of a sword pressed against his breast. "When I give an order, I expect it obeyed," Thren said. "You broke your word to me. You succumbed to easy coin." "I gave it all to you," shouted Billy. "Please, the girls needed work, and the Trifect was desperate. All of it I've given to you. I'd never cross you. I'd never." Thren grabbed Billy's hand, pressed it against the railing, and then slammed his sword down. The sound the flesh made as it tore reminded Haern of a butcher shop. As Billy screamed, Thren tossed the hand off the balcony. "I checked your books," Thren said, "and I compared that to what my men saw coming and going. You did give nearly everything to me. The rest to the girls. That is why you live, Billy. Now you listen closely. Are you listening?" Billy nodded. He sat on his enormous rump, his stump pressed tight against the folds of his fat to stem the bleeding. "I want the Trifect starved. I want them without drink, without drug, and without whores. They have made my life miserable, and I will do the same to them. Coin gains me nothing. Their suffering is all I want. Will you remember that the next time they send for your girls?" "Yes, my lord," Billy said. His jowls jostled as he nodded. "I will tell Red. I will remember." "Good." Thren cleaned his blade on Billy's shoulder and then turned to go. "Thank you," Billy called out as Haern stepped in line behind his father. "Thank you!" They left the stairs, Haern glancing back only once. "Remember this," Thren said as they descended. "I cut off his hand, yet he thanks me for not doing worse. That is the power you must one day command. Let them think every breath of theirs is a gift, not from the gods, but from you. Do this, and you will become a god among them." Because of his father's order, Haern could not reply. If he could, he would have mentioned that brief flash of anger he saw in Billy's eyes when his father turned to go. He would have spoken of the dogged determination lining the fat man's pained face, and the potential enemy Thren had just made. But Haern could not, so he let the matter go. Power was hurting a man without fear of retribution. That was the lesson Haern learned. Exiting the brothel, Haern was surprised to see an ugly man waiting by the door. His clothes were ratty, his face strangely scrunched. By the way he reacted, it seemed he had been waiting for them. "Master Thren," the man said, dipping his head and rubbing together his fingers, which had no fingernails, just fleshy red bruises where they should have been. "If you would only lend me your ear, there are things I could tell you. A great many things. If only you would pay the price." Chapter 12. The road was quiet. On one side was a small bakery. On the other was a smithy, known for its owner's teaching abilities rather than his actual work. 6 men approached from the east. They showed no weapons, but their rust-colored cloaks hid much of their bodies. They split, 3 on one side, 3 on the other, and then hurried down the road. Each of the groups had a member carrying a small pail of paint. On the sides of both buildings, hidden so as to be glimpsed only in passing, was a smeared circle of ash. The men with the pail wiped it with their cloaks, then dipped their brushes into the dark red mixture. It looked like blood when they began drawing their symbol. They painted an unfilled outline of a hawk's talons, followed by 3 drops dripping from the foremost claw. The others stood about, watching for guards of both the royal and seedy kind. They did not see any, for they did not look up. Crouched on the roof of the bakery waited Veliana and 2 of her men. "This deep down Warden Street?" Veliana muttered as she watched them paint. "Have they truly grown so bold?" "They've gone unchecked," said Walt, crouched beside her. His face was tanned and lean, his smile missing many teeth. By no means was she friends with him, but he was skilled in battle and reliable when it came to matters of stealth. For those reasons she kept him close. Crouched shoulder to shoulder with him atop the roof, she wished the man would at least take better care of his teeth. Some day his breath would give them away, she just knew it. "Unchecked?" Veliana said, her voice deeply bitter. "I'm surprised they haven't encountered the rest of the guilds slicing through our territory. They're like wolves fighting over a dead deer." "Tonight that changes," said Walt. "Tonight the deer shows it's not so dead after all." "They move," said Vic, the other man atop the roof with them. He was young, with short blonde hair and a scraggly mustache that failed to thicken no matter how long he went without shaving. Veliana watched as the 6 men bolted around the buildings. She unsheathed her daggers as beside her Walt readied a crossbow. 6 on 3, he said. "I'll get 2 before they turn. That leaves 4 for you and Vic when you're on the ground. Think you can handle that?" "Don't insult me," Veliana said as she leaped off the roof. Her silent landing went unnoticed. High above her, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air. It struck one of the hawk thugs square in the back. He lurched gracelessly to the ground. The remaining 5 spun. A second died, a bolt piercing his throat. The others charged, weaving from side to side in an attempt to thwart the crossbowmen. Vic should have been rushing alongside her, and Walt should have been firing more bolts from the roof. When neither happened, Veliana risked a look behind just in time to see Walt's body hit the ground. Her heart sank at the disgusting sound it made. She had only a moment to glance up and see Vic sneering down at her before daggers cut at her slender frame. She battered them away, but with 4 to her 1, she was sorely pressed. The hawks spread out farther, trapping her in the center of a diamond. Desperate, she lunged at one of the men, thinking that if she could kill him quickly, she might escape. Her skill was great, and the man would have died under her assault, but then she felt a great weight slam into her. Stunned, she looked down at the bloody bolt protruding from her shoulder. Blood poured across her clothes. Her daggers faltered, her meager blocks batted aside like children's defenses. Something hard struck the back of her head. She had just enough time to curse Vic's name before blacking out. When Veliana awoke, she was blindfolded and shackled to a wall. She felt uncomfortably warm, which made even less sense when she realized she was naked. As the rest of her senses came into focus, she heard the popping and crackling of a fire. That explained the sweat that covered her body. But where was she? "Wake her up," she heard a voice say. Hoping to hear anything she could use, She kept her body still and pretended to be asleep. To her left she heard rustling, and then something sharp, like a needle, stabbed the tip of her forefinger. She cried out. The sound was just barely coming out of her mouth before a fist struck her. Blood dribbled down her lips. Her tongue ached where she'd bit it. Someone yanked the blindfold off her face. With blurred vision she looked at her captor. She saw the gray of his cloak and the short swords swinging from his hips. The way he stood before her, as if she were a peasant in the presence of a man who owned the world, told her who it was before she ever saw his face. "I put word out I wanted you brought before me," Thren Fellhorn said. "Consider yourself a gift from Kadish Vel and his hawks." "I hope you're pleased with your present," she said. She tried to turn her head to spit, but the shackles around her head and neck prevented it. Feeling horribly sick, she spat the blood from her mouth. Her stomach curled as it dribbled down her neck and between her breasts. "That'll depend on your answers," Thren said. A giant, muscular man stood beside him. They were outside the city, somewhere on the northern side, judging by the trees that grew within touching distance of the wall. The wall she was helplessly strapped to by buckles and shackles. "Will, clean her off," Thren said to the giant man. Will obliged, cleaning the blood from her chest and neck with a clean rag. She expected him to fondle her breasts or let his fingers linger on her neck, but the man did no such thing. "Thank you," she said. She felt her head clear a little. 2 torches were stuck in the ground on either side of her, and their light disrupted her eyes' attempt to adjust to the dark. She thought she saw another form standing beside Thren. It made no sense, though. She thought she saw a young man, someone 12, maybe 13. "I've been patient," Thren said. He crossed his arms and stood directly before her. "I've given James Barron plenty of chances to come to my side. Your Ash Guild is strong, and I hold more respect for it than for any other guild. Yet you and James did something stupid, girl. You plotted against me." "No," she said. Thren's fist smashed her face. Will's rag was there immediately, soaking in the blood she spat. The rage, coupled with kindness, only confused her more. "Don't lie to me," Thren said. "The worm came to me last morning and told me everything you'd arranged for him to do. For a price, of course." "Chileus?" Veliana thought as she felt her stomach sink. "You bastard." "Is that why I'm here?" she asked. "Figure a little torture will help make your point to the rest of the guilds?" "What I want," Thren said, leaning closer, "is you." She opened her mouth, closed it. "I don't understand," she said at last. "I need the Ash Guild's men," Thren said, pacing before her. "All of the guilds must be united in this plan if we are to crush the Trifect come the Kinsgold. For this to happen, the other guildmasters must trust me, and if they are to trust me, they must all join the plan willingly. The second I force loyalty, the other guilds will break away for fear of absorption and disbandment. Now, your dear James has proven stubborn. As satisfying as it would be to kill him, I cannot. Too many whisper of me doing such things as it is. I cannot dignify those mad ramblings with a kernel of truth." "You want me to kill him?" she said, guessing where his thoughts were leading. "I take over, bend knee to you, and suddenly the Ash Guild is just a toy in your pocket, to be used whenever necessary?" "You're smart, strong, and beautiful," Thren said, not denying her accusation. "It wouldn't be difficult for you to consolidate power should James die by your hands. You already have your reason for it.
James had you contact Gelaius, hoping to use him to sell information about our plan to the king. Doing so puts all of us at risk. Put an end to him.